Chapter 2:18. Sigh. Lindsay sighed. He was very clear about Master Bayun's character. In his eyes, ordinary people's lives were as worthless as ants. Even ordinary warriors were nothing in that person's eyes, unless they had the potential to advance to the extraordinary level. Otherwise, they were all trash. This was Master Bayun's point of view. No one could change that. Lindsay couldn't either. Brother Lin, if there really isn't any extraordinary realm practitioner, then let's join forces and drag it out as long as we can. The others can escape as far as they can. There's no hope. Qi Yuan looked at Lindsay, and his voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Count me in as well. Master Bayun also stood out. The 3 peak 9th level martial masters could be said to be the strongest among the peak 9th level martial masters. If the 3 of them were still unable to stop the ferocious beast, then everything would be over. Despair spread among the guards, and many of them even gave up on escaping. Facing the beast's pursuit, even if they escaped, where could they escape to? Perhaps I can ask Master to help. Ling Xiao suddenly said, You. Master Bayun smiled bitterly. If it was Ming Tian or Zhuolang, it might be possible. But you really can't. I know. Master doesn't think highly of me, but have you forgotten that Master lost the bet to Lin Shuai, and he promised to protect me once? Let's use it today. Ling Xiao explained. Are you sure you want to use it? Master Bayun asked in shock. A chance for an extraordinary practitioner to protect you is extremely rare. At this stage, it's even more important than any other martial arts. Are you sure? I'm sure. Ling Xiao said indifferently. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. If Sky Cloud City is destroyed, I will be a stray dog. No matter how many chances I have, it won't be enough. Lindsay, what do you think? Master Bayun looked at Lindsay and asked. He knew that the reason why Lindsay gave this chance to Ling Xiao was to protect Ling Xiao's potential. It's his decision. Lindsay only felt pride at this moment. Ling Xiao was willing to give up such a chance for Sky Cloud City. It was really commendable. All right then, Ling Xiao, what do you intend to do? That's a beast. Even if it's a first-level beast, it's equivalent to a first-level extraordinary practitioner. It can easily destroy an ordinary country. Master Bayun frowned. Are you sure you can survive before Master saves you? I'm not sure. Ling Xiao shook his head. What he said was the truth. The decision this time was the one he was most uncertain about, but he was willing to give it a try. He didn't have any grand ideas, nor did he want to talk about saving the common people. However, he knew very well that once the ferocious beasts broke through the city, the entire Bayun province would become a living hell. Hong Qi, Ling Luo, Ling Yixue, Long Mei, Ling Yiheng, Lindsay, and the others had to die. He was a person who valued relationships too much. He would remember anyone who treated him slightly better for the rest of his life. Even if it was just for these people, he had to try. This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Suddenly, the wind started blowing on the mountain. It wasn't very strong, but it was very cold. The cold wind blew, and the black wolf-shaped beast that was 3 to 4 meters tall slowly walked over. Along the way, all the beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. The weaker warriors couldn't control their legs. Their bodies trembled, and some even knelt on the ground. Awoo! The wolf howled again. Lindsay, Master Bayun, Qi Yuan, and the other 9th-level warriors stood in front and formed a barrier blocking the terrifying howl for countless warriors. The beast stopped howling, and its eyes revealed a cold light. It looked at the 9th-level warriors with disdain. Just this gaze alone made the 9th-level warriors, except for Lindsay, Master Bayun, and Qi Yuan, tremble in fear. Blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. It was too terrifying. This was the strength of a beast that was equivalent to a transcendent warrior. Marshal Lin, this is the guy who killed December. General Jiu, you suddenly said with a pale face. Dai Yuling was replaced as one of the 12 Tiger Guards because one of them had died in battle. And this person was none other than December. All along, the geniuses of the latent dragon camp were very confused and wanted to know what had happened to December. But today, Ling Xiao finally understood. December was dead. He was killed by the beast in front of him. I know. Lin Zhe's voice was very calm. Even though he was filled with resentment in his heart, it was meaningless when facing a vicious beast. Everything depended on strength. Ling Xiao, listen up. The three of us will attack with all our strength. You take the opportunity to get close. As long as your life is threatened, Master will definitely take action. He's not the kind of person who doesn't keep his promise. Lin Zhe looked at Ling Xiao and said, he wanted to do this because he wanted to reduce the chances of Ling Xiao dying as much as possible. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have been killed by the wolf-shaped vicious beast in an instant if he were to go up and draw its aggro. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, it was useless to say anything. Go. 3 figures dashed out. They were the strongest existence in Sky Cloud City other than Master Baiyun. If even they couldn't stop the wolf-shaped beast, then they could only place their hopes on Master Baiyun. The rest of you get into your defensive positions and prepare to defend till death. General Yu became the temporary commander. He was very clear that Lin Zhe and the other 2 alone wouldn't be able to stop the wolf-shaped beast. They had to prepare for the worst. When despair reached a certain limit, it might make one even more determined. Because since they were going to die anyway, they might as well die in a spectacular manner. To these practitioners, it was such a simple logic. They didn't need to consider too much. Under General Yu's command, everyone was ready for battle. If the Blue Eyes clan intruders wanted to enter Sky Cloud City, they could only step over their dead bodies. Laughed. The wolf-shaped beast actually laughed. But it was a ridicule. Perhaps in its eyes, this was just the useless actions of a group of ants. Lin Zhe raised his saber and condensed a huge blade of vital energy. A shadow flickered behind his back as the power of his martial spirit was pushed to the maximum. Master Baiyun and Qi Yuan pressed on Lin Zhe's back, respectively, as 90% of their remnant souls flickered behind their backs. The power was all added onto Lin Zhe's attack. 3 men make a tiger. Although the combined power of the 3 of them couldn't reach the power of a transcendent stage practitioner, but the distance was already very close, so the effect was much better than a scattered attack. The only pity was that after the ancient times, the human race had yet to produce a complete martial spirit. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Otherwise, with the combination of a complete martial spirit, this attack would be even stronger. The terrifying power was condensed into one point. Lin Zhe's saber had already been brandished as the terrifying power whizzed past. Ling Xiao had a feeling that this saber, not to mention him, even if it was any practitioners below the transcendent stage, they would not be able to block it. Boom! The saber had yet to descend, but the terrifying saber chi had already landed on the ground. The ground around the wolf-shaped beast seemed to have been hit by a meteorite as it started to collapse. Chapter 219. The wolf-shaped beast could not escape from the combined attack of Lin Zhe and the other 2. However, it did not seem to plan to escape. There was a strange look in its eyes. It seemed to be praising Lin Zhe for his powerful attack. However, there was no fear in its eyes, not even the slightest bit of panic. Looking at the terrifying attack, the wolf-shaped beast lifted its paw gently. There was no terrifying aura. It was as if it was just casually extending its paw. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The huge blade, finally landed on the wolf-shaped beast's paw. There was no rumble or explosion as he had imagined. The wolf-shaped beast swatted the attack away as if it was swatting a mosquito. Boom! The terrifying attack did not cause any effect. Instead, it was swatted back. Lindsay, the master of the Bayun Monastery, and Chi Yuan were the first to bear the brunt. The three of them instantly turned pale as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with confusion. This was an expression that could only be seen in complete despair. Their strongest attack was exchanged for a weak counterattack. Only the three of them who were deeply involved in the attack would understand this kind of despair. Ling Xiao, no. Just when Lin Zhe and the others were unable to extricate themselves from the shock, Ling Xiao moved. Thanks to the combined attack of the three of them, he saw the wolf-shaped beast's weakness. A beast was a beast after all. Even if its combat power was equivalent to a transcendent warrior, it was still too stupid in dealing with many things. Before this, Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to survive for 10 minutes under the attack of this beast. However, he was confident now. There was no problem for him to last for 10 minutes. Even the time it took for an incense stick to burn would not be a problem. He rushed out. His figure flickered in the air. The reason why he was not completely invisible was to attract the beast to attack him. Otherwise, Master Bayun would not have come if he was not in danger. The beast quickly noticed him. Its eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. It swatted its paw down casually. This claw seemed simple, but it actually contained the profundity of a transcendent martial art, causing people to be speechless. However, Ling Xiao did not have time to admire the beast. Under this terrifying pressure, he was like a nimble swallow. He avoided the crazy typhoon and appeared behind the wolf-shaped beast at an unbelievable angle. Bam! The wolf-shaped ferocious beast's claws slammed onto the ground, creating dozens of cracks in the ground. The nearby demonic beasts, martial artists, and mechanical beasts were all affected. Many of them fell into the cracks, howling miserably. Just a casual swing had such power. If it used its full strength, Sky Cloud City was nothing. However, Ling Xiao was safe and sound under such a terrifying attack. In the eyes of Lin Zhe and the others, this scene was like a stupid human being troubled by a fly. Humans were strong. He could kill a fly with a single slap. But if he couldn't hit the target, it would be meaningless. However, despite their surprise, Lin Zhe and the others did not relax at all. Humans could invent all kinds of tools. The wolf-shaped ferocious beast naturally had its own special abilities. Otherwise, if it was played by a 7th-level martial vein master, its reputation as a ferocious beast would be greatly reduced. Boom! The aura shot up to the clouds. The wolf-shaped beast's body burned with blazing flames. The flames covered the sky and enveloped the 100-meter radius around it. In a moment of carelessness, Ling Xiao's clothes were burnt. This was not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part was that the moment he paused, the wolf-shaped beast caught onto his traces and attacked him with hatred. There was no way to evade it. Am I going to die? Facing this fatal attack, Ling Xiao did not have any possibility of evading. His chi was drawn in by the opponent as though he was imprisoned. No matter how fast he was, it was meaningless if he could not move. It felt like a fly bumping into a spider web. At the last moment of his life, Ling Xiao mobilized all the true essence in his body and used it on the sky dragon golden body to protect his vital parts. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he was not willing to give up his last hope. Humans should not place all their hopes on others. Boom! Pa! The wolf claw slammed on the ground. Junior brother! Ling Yixue almost went berserk on the spot. Luckily, she was knocked unconscious by General Jiu Yu, otherwise she would have lost her rationality and sent herself to death. Ling Xiao! Lindsay cried. Dead. Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Xiao, whom he had high hopes for, died just like that. This child, for Sky Cloud City, died under the claws of a beast. A mournful atmosphere shrouded the entire city guards. Only Hua Nanin and the rest revealed a complacent smile. These people were Wan Ben's men, and they could not wait for Ling Xiao to die. Now, that Ling Xiao was dead. If it was not for the wrong occasion, they would have started celebrating. Sigh, I'm still too late. This child doesn't know what's good for him. A sigh was heard, and a figure landed in front of the wolf-shaped beast. His speed was very fast. Although he could not break away from the human category and could not fly continuously, he could not stay at a distance of more than 20 meters for too long. But compared to the majority of practitioners, he was already very strong. The person who came was Master Bai Yun. There was no mournful expression on his face, only a tinge of pity. After all, Ling Xiao's potential was not bad, although he felt that it was not as good as Zhuo Lung tomorrow, but he was still his inner disciple. It was a pity that he died, just like that. Awoo! The wolf-shaped beast quickly sensed Master Bai Yun's presence. This was enough to threaten its existence. It had no choice but to take it seriously. As for the fly which it had just slapped to death, it did not care about it anymore. Primeval chaos / Master Bai Yun felt that since he was here, he had to do something. One had to look at the owner before beating a dog. This beast had killed his inner disciple, and if he did not do anything, he would not be able to survive in the world. He gently waved his right hand, and a strange true essence chi blade flew out. It looked like the scene was not as dazzling as Lindsay's previous attack. However, the oppressive feeling this strike gave the wolf-shaped beast was much stronger than the previous one. The wolf-shaped beast's eyes finally revealed a serious expression. It stared intently at Master Bai Yun and opened its mouth to spit out a ball of red flame. Boom! The red flame and the milky white chi blade collided. The terrifying power spread out and sent the demonic beasts, mechanical beasts, and practitioners who did not manage to dodge in time flying. Those who were too close, even if they were 9th-level experts, were instantly covered in blood. It seemed that they would not survive. Master Bai Yun. Seeing this scene, the practitioners who were originally in despair showed ecstasy. After all, Ling Xiao did not die in vain. He had attracted Master Bai Yun. Although showing ecstasy at this time might be a bit unfair to Ling Xiao, they were really happy. Master Bai Yun stood there. Although he was still dressed like an old farmer, he looked like a god who had descended from the sky. Especially that terrifying attack. It actually overshadowed the wolf-shaped beast in terms of momentum. This could not help but make people feel confident. No one noticed. In the underground fissure that was dozens of meters deep, a person whose limbs were completely broken and many parts of his body were completely smashed was stuck there. He was Ling Xiao. He was not dead yet. Although he was very miserable, at the critical moment, he protected all his vital parts and used the fissure in the ground to speed up and escape. Chapter 2:20. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Master Bai Yun fighting the wolf-shaped beast. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to recover. Fortunately, there was still a large amount of gold in the Mountain River world. He could use the 9 transformation golden body technique to recover. Otherwise, he would probably die if he just lay there. When the big shots fought, they naturally wouldn't care about an ant like him. He could be at ease. On the ground, the battle between Master Bai Yun and the wolf-shaped beast was about to start. With Master here, this beast is naturally no match for him. It's a pity for Ling Xiao. If he could hold on a little longer, he wouldn't have to die. The Master of Bai Yun Monastery sighed. Yes, it's a pity. With that young man's potential, he might have been able to enter the 12 sects. Qi Yuan also sighed endlessly. Although he didn't know Ling Xiao well, he saw the scene just now very clearly. Ling Xiao was able to dodge the wolf-shaped beast's attack with his peak 7th level martial vein cultivation. Even if he only dodged once, this ability wasn't something an ordinary martial artist could do. This was a true genius. Lindsay was speechless. There were still yellow tears in the corner of his eyes. To him, Ling Xiao was like his own son. Other than Ling Yixue and Cold Plum, no one else was sadder than him. Boom! Master Baiyun's aura sword. True Yuan gushed out from his body, forming a substantial wave that wrapped around him. After so many years, I've finally met an opponent that I can fight. He looked at the wolf-shaped beast indifferently. The aura in his body had been released without reservation. He knew that it was impossible to deal with such a beast without using his full strength. Although a transcendent Saint Realm martial artist couldn't fly or soar, they could still hover or glide in the air for a short period of time. This was much more powerful than a 9th level martial vein martial artist. Ling Xiao was still an exception. His soaring cloud steps was too special. Now that it had evolved into Cloud Dragon Divine Walk, it was even more mysterious. He could also do what a transcendent Saint Realm martial artist could do, but he still couldn't fly. If he wanted to fly, he could only rely on demonic beasts, mechanical beasts, flying martial spirits, etc. Hal, the wolf-shaped beast, was the first to attack. It opened its bloody mouth, and a ball of crimson flames condensed into the shape of a sphere. Then, the surrounding ground began to be scorched black. Heat waves rolled, and fiery winds wreaked havoc. The red ball whistled as it caused the air to distort, as though it was a meteor crashing towards Master Baiyun and Sky Cloud City. Lindsay had a feeling that if the crimson fireball hit him, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Speaking of which, they were still lucky. The wolf-shaped beast did not take the initiative to attack, and only reflected their attacks back. Otherwise, not only would the 3-peak 9th level martial vein experts die, the tens of thousands of martial artists behind them would also die. This terrifying pressure really made people feel a lingering fear. Primordial Chaos Thunderbolt Palm. Master Baiyun clasped his palms together. Terrifying true essence quickly condensed between his palms, and the faint sound of thunder and lightning could be heard. Then, he suddenly separated his palms and pushed them forward. 2 solid palm prints broke through the void with the sound of thunder and lightning as they whizzed towards the wolf-shaped beast. The practitioners and demonic beasts were scared witless, as all of them tried their best to hide far away. The destructive blow from the earlier exchange had caused them to suffer deep injuries. Many of them had died on the spot. This was a battle between transcendents. It was simply too terrifying. Boom! The air suddenly lit up. Both palms collided with the crimson ball, and it quickly exploded. The terrifying aftermath had not disappeared, and the 2 figures on the ground had already scuttled out. Amidst the booming sounds, Master Baiyun had already exchanged more than 10 moves with the wolf-shaped beast. Their battle speed was too fast, and ordinary practitioners' eyes could not keep up with it. In their eyes, there was only the sound of explosions and the flashes of fire and lightning. Luckily, most of the practitioners and demonic beasts had escaped. Otherwise, under the battle between these 2 transcendents, they would probably have been torn into pieces by the raging energy. The 9th level peak demonic beast was actually lying on the ground and wailing. This level of battle was simply too terrifying. Deep underground, Ling Xiao's arms, legs, and other damaged parts of his body were enveloped in golden light. Large amounts of gold were constantly consumed, and his body was also constantly recovering. The current him did not need to care about these things. Therefore, he was in a leisurely mood to enjoy the battle between these 2 experts. Others might not be able to see the battle in detail. However, Ling Xiao could see everything clearly. In terms of moves, there was nothing new about these two experts. What they displayed was different from ordinary practitioners. Their strength, speed, and the quality of their true essence had increased. At the same time, their comprehension of moves had far surpassed ordinary practitioners. If an ordinary practitioner used the same move, they might only be able to shatter a ceramic cup. However, when they used it, they could directly destroy a tall building. This was the difference. No wonder people said that when transcendence arrived, the emperor would retreat. In an ordinary country like Northern Han, the monarch was at most a peak 9th-level martial vein expert. When facing a transcendence, he would instead have to kneel. Otherwise, the fate of the country would have been decided in an instant. There was a story about a certain country's monarch buying something that a transcendence wanted in an auction house. As a result, the country was erased from the map the next day. 10,000 li of territory became scorched earth. Although this story sounded somewhat cruel, it was the truth. In front of a transcendence, the nobles and generals of the secular world were not even worth a fart. They definitely had the power to easily change the fate of a country. Clearly, Great Master Baiyun was an expert at this level. He could order the Baiyun province's governor and the border general around, but no one dared to say anything to his face. In the entire Northern Han, in the human race's sacred dynasty, and even in the Heavenly Dragon continent, he was a true martial arts legend. Of course, that was before the hidden sects reappeared in the world. Now, because of the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, many things had quietly changed. It was just that many people did not know about it. The clash of transcendence might only take the time to brew a cup of tea, but they had already exchanged over 100 blows. Both sides exchanged blows, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Amidst the loud rumbling, the wolf-shaped beast cried out miserably. Its body was already riddled with scars and bloodstains. There were even a few wounds that revealed eerie white bones. On the other side, Great Master Baiyun's situation was not good either. His clothes were already tattered, and there were several burn marks on his body, cutting a sorry figure. But overall, Great Master Baiyun still had the upper hand in this battle and could be considered to have firmly suppressed the wolf-shaped beast. His injuries were insignificant, whereas the other party's injuries were all serious. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid air as he felt a little nervous, because this battle not only decided the fate of the two experts, but also the fate of Sky Cloud City and the entire Baiyun province. Although Great Master Baiyun had the upper hand, but before the results were out, it was hard to say anything. Awoo, the wolf-shaped beast finally retreated. Its cold eyes had an additional trace of fear. Chapter 221. Master Baiyun roared. He gathered vital essence in his hands and was ready to use his killer move. However, at that moment, the wolf-shaped beast actually opened its mouth and spat out a dozen fireballs in succession. Then, it turned around and fled. The fireballs were no longer as powerful as before. They were all shattered by the 12 tiger guards and did not cause any harm. Kill! Lin Zhe saw the situation and knew that his chance had come. The Blue-Eyed Clan was doomed. Avenge Ling Xiao and our dead soldiers. Defeat the Blue-Eyed Clan. Kill! 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 Deafening roars were heard. The morale of the human soldiers, led by Lin Zhe, was greatly boosted. They rushed forward in an overwhelming manner. On the contrary, the Blue-Eyed Clan threw away their armor and fled in a panic. They were no longer as powerful as when they first arrived. Master Baiyun did not care about the outcome of the battle. He only had eyes for the wolf-shaped beast. The moment the beast fled, he chased after it. Bang! Suddenly, a scene that no one had expected happened. Master Baiyun, who had just fled, was punched back. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his face turned pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. On the other side, a man in bright silver armor stood there and gently stroked the wounded wolf-shaped beast. He seemed to be intimate with it. The beast lay beside him and let out a low whine. What was going on? The people who were chasing the blue-eyed clan stopped. Master Bayun was beaten back and was obviously seriously injured. This was not an ordinary thing. Ling Xiao also observed the scene nervously. That wolf-shaped ferocious beast actually had a master. Furthermore, this master's strength was likely much stronger than Grandmaster Bayun. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to make Master Bayun vomit blood with one punch. "Who are you?" Master Bayun asked coldly. Although his face was pale, he might be able to injure his opponent if he fought to the death. "He, a mere transcendent realm level 1 martial artist dares to hurt my pet. This punch is to teach you a lesson." Bright silver armor sneered. "Pet." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Such a powerful beast was actually just this person's pet. Where did this man come from? How could he be so powerful? "Are you from the Beast King Palace?" Suddenly, Qi Yuan's voice rang out. Although his voice wasn't loud, many people nearby heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao also heard this sentence because he was in the state of soul immersion. Beast King Palace? Beast King Palace, one of the 12 hidden sects. Master Bayun's expression changed drastically as he turned around and asked Qi Yuan. "It can't be wrong. His armor has the symbol of the Beast King Palace. It's the head of a fierce tiger." Qi Yuan nodded. TSK. I didn't expect someone in this secular world to know about our Beast King Palace." "Ha ha ha. Interesting. Since you know about the Beast King Palace, then you should know how terrifying we are. Today, I have no other intentions other than to ask you a question." "Your Excellency, please speak," Qi Yuan said very carefully. "At least you know what's good for you. I wonder if the mountain and river martial spirit has appeared in your Bayun province?" asked Bright Silver Armor. Hearing this question, Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but tighten. He secretly felt lucky that he hadn't used the mountain and river martial spirit, although he knew that the mountain and river martial spirit was very powerful in battle. He had been restraining himself from using it because he was afraid of being targeted. He didn't expect that someone would really come looking for him today. Mountain and river martial spirit? How could such a level of martial spirit appear in such a remote place? Even if it appeared, it should be in the 12 sects, right? Qi Yuan frowned and said, "I'm really sorry, I really haven't seen it before." Lindsay also nodded and said, "Brother, I'm the border general. I know all the young practitioners in Bayun province who have some aptitude, but I've never heard of anyone who has the mountain and river martial spirit. I've also never heard of it before. If there really is one, I'll definitely take him in as a successor disciple." Master Bayun also said, "I can see that you're not lying, but—" Bright Silver Armor suddenly sneered and said, "The ninjas have already submitted to our Beast King Palace, but you've killed many of them today. Although it's a little bullying, Sky Cloud City shouldn't continue to exist." After saying that, he suddenly punched out. The power of this punch was enough to destroy the entire Sky Cloud City. Humph! Beast King Palace's people are indeed unscrupulous. But today, I'll protect Sky Cloud City. A cold snort. A ray of sword light. Then, the fist shattered. A white-robed swordsman appeared on the battlefield, one hand holding a sword, and the other hand behind his back. His long hair fluttered like a sword immortal. Sword King Sex people, Bright Silver Armor's face was slightly gloomy, and then suddenly laughed. "Ha ha! I was just joking. If there really is a practitioner who has awakened the mountain and river martial spirit. Wouldn't I have killed for nothing? Since you're here, I'll leave. He didn't stay any longer and used some unknown method to keep the wolf-shaped beast. After a few flashes, he had already disappeared into the vast forest. Sword King sect is also one of the 12 sects. Qi Yuan was extremely shocked. Originally, the 12 sects had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, but today he met 2 of them. Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, Sky Cloud City would have been destroyed. Lindsay hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "No need. My goal is the same as his. We are both looking for the mountain and river martial spirit awakened. After all, Northern Han is considered to be under our Sword King sect. I'm leaving." This person didn't say much, and with a shake of his sword, he was like a ray of sword light piercing through the sky and disappeared in an instant. Although he still couldn't fly, this person's movement skills were much better than Master Bai Yun's. Unknowingly, the remnants of the Blue Eyes clan had already retreated from the Cloud River and boarded the giant mechanical ship towards the Blue Eyes kingdom. Lindsay didn't send out troops to pursue them. The sudden appearance of Beast King Palace and Sword King sect made his heart heavy. "Master, are you all right?" He walked towards Master Bai Yun and asked. "I'm fine." Master Bai Yun shook his head and said, "It's been tens of thousands of years. The reappearance of the 12 sects in the Sky Dragon continent is a huge matter. My injuries are nothing." "But, Master, what does the reappearance of the 12 sects have to do with us?" Lindsay asked puzzledly. "Rumor has it that only when the mountain and river martial spirit awakens will the 12 sects reappear in the world. The human race will have a new era of prosperity." Master Bai Yun explained, "I believe the 12 sects and the other sects that are second to the 12 sects will start to recruit disciples. The martial artists will really have a springtime. The human race doesn't have a complete martial spirit. They are even inferior to the Blue Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. How can they be prosperous?" Someone asked. "The mountain and river martial spirit is the ancestor of all martial spirits. Once it appears, the rest of the martial spirits will be awakened one after another. This is also the reason why there are more and more young martial artists awakening their martial spirit remnant recently." Master Bai Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Why didn't I think of this? Sigh, I don't know which unlucky guy got the mountain and river martial spirit. I'm afraid he will never have a day of peace in his life. Shouldn't it be lucky to get the mountain and river martial spirit? Why is he unlucky?" Chapter 222. The mountain river martial spirit is powerful, but if you can't control it, you won't live past 16 years old. Even if you live past 16 years old, you've seen the scene today. There are many people who want to get the mountain river martial spirit. This martial spirit doesn't belong to any one person. It belongs to the virtuous. Master Bai Yun explained, as long as the person with the mountain river martial spirit dies in battle, the martial spirit will be transferred to another person. Then wouldn't the person with the mountain river martial spirit become the target of public criticism? Lindsay was shocked. "You're right. However, a treasure is a treasure. Even so, there will still be countless people fighting over it. This is a cruel elimination competition. Once you're eliminated, you'll end up dead." Master Bai Yun nodded and said, "But putting aside the mountain river martial spirit, it's definitely an opportunity for you and others. The reappearance of the 12 sects may cause a bloodbath, but at the same time, it will give you more opportunities to advance." "That's right. Master is right." Qi Yuan nodded and said, "The Yuehua school that I once hoped to join is one of the 12 sects. It's also my lifelong wish. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too weak. I couldn't even pass the Yuehua school's first assessment." "It can't be. Brother Qi, you're a top existence among the peak 9th level martial vein experts. You can't even pass the first assessment. General Jiu, you asked, in shock. Humph, that's nothing. Don't forget that I'm just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. I'm also the most useless outer disciple. Master Baiyun snorted and said, Do you really think it's easy to join the 12 sects? If you don't reach the transcendent realm, don't even think about it. When he said this, Master Baiyun seemed to have a strong sense of unwillingness and helplessness. He wasn't young anymore, but he was only an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. Moreover, he was at the bottom of the outer disciples. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his situation in the Ling family. At that time, he was in fear every day. He was afraid that he would be kicked out of the Ling family, and it would be impossible for him to practice martial arts. Master Baiyun's life in the Yuehua school was definitely not easy. Isn't the transcendent realm the peak of martial arts? Shirley couldn't help but ask. The peak of martial arts? Ha ha ha. Master Baiyun laughed and said, Aren't you looking down on martial arts too much? To put it bluntly, anyone below the transcendent realm is nothing but an ant. The martial arts you've learned are merely the castrated version. True martial arts can only be learned and comprehended after reaching the transcendent realm. The 9th level of the martial vein is just the foundation. The transcendent realm is just the beginning. I am only at the 1st level of the transcendent realm, the lowest level of the transcendent realm. If it wasn't for the Sword King sect, the disciples of the Beast King Palace would have killed us as easily as killing a bunch of ants. Master Baiyun's words were too shocking. This was simply unacceptable to many martial artists who had been bitterly cultivating. If the transcendent realm was only the beginning, then what was the 9th level of the martial vein that they had bitterly pursued for their entire lives? The strongest among the ants? They were still ants. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the blue-clothed lady he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. That lady in blue was definitely a transcendent realm cultivator, but if he were to carefully sense her strength, it was likely that she was even stronger than the experts from the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. Ordinary martial artists would feel discouraged and hopeless. However, the ambitious genius martial artists were filled with anticipation after hearing Master Baiyun's words. This was because they understood that there was also hope amidst the crisis. For them, the next thing to do was to work hard to enter those hidden sections. Even if they couldn't enter the 12 sects, it would still be better for them to enter the other sects that were relatively weaker. The Heavenly Ninja Academy and the Latent Dragon Camp were not even worth mentioning when compared to these hidden sections. Qi Yuan, did you find out about any changes during your trip to the Yuehua school? Master Baiyun's sect was the Yuehua school. However, due to his old age, he was unable to make any progress, so it was equivalent to him being abandoned. It wasn't much different from being expelled from the sect, but it wasn't officially announced. The Yuehua school gave Master Baiyun a condition to return to the sect, which was to find at least one true genius to enter the Yuehua school. This was also the reason why Master Baiyun had been desperately searching for genius martial artists. Unfortunately, among those so-called geniuses, only Zuolong and Ming Tian were worthy of his attention. As for the others, they were nothing at all. Ling Yixue was very talented, but unfortunately, she was of the Soul clan and probably couldn't enter the Yuehua school. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to focus on cultivating Ling Yixue. Master, due to the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, the Yuehua school and the other sects are preparing to expand their strength and recruit disciples. I think the previous requirements would be slightly lower. Even if they can't reach the transcendent realm, as long as they can reach the 9th level of the martial vein, it's still possible to pass the entrance examination. Qi Yuan replied, Then you haven't passed? Master Baiyun frowned and asked, "I'm ashamed. We're all ninth level experts, but those who can pass the examination are all geniuses." Qi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Although I'm strong, I didn't even pass the 7-star flower test. This is the most basic test. Only 5-star geniuses and above are qualified to take the rest of the tests." "I see. Does that mean the sect is going to expand its enrollment?" "Yes. When I came back, I saw the announcement from the Yuehua school. In 3 months, there should be a large-scale enrollment." Qi Yuan replied, "Well, if that's the case, I should be notified soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a red shadow suddenly flew over from 1,000 meters away. Master Baiyun reached out and caught it. It was a letter. This soft letter was thrown from 1,000 meters away and could still be so accurate. This kind of control of true essence could only be achieved by a transcendent realm martial artist. As expected, Master Baiyun's face was filled with ecstasy when he opened the letter. "In 3 months, the Yuehua school will expand its enrollment. At that time, I can recommend 3 people to go. These 3 people don't need to go through the 7-star flower test or audition. They can start the entrance examination directly." As soon as he said this, Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling, as true disciples, were moved. If Master Baiyun were to recommend, he would definitely recommend Zuolong and Ming Tian. This was without a doubt. As for the third person, he would probably choose between Dai Yuling and Ling Yixue. As for the other disciples, they didn't have much hope. However, no one would be willing to give up like this. You don't need to be discouraged. This time, the Yuehua school will expand its enrollment to the entire country of Northern Han. Within Northern Han's borders, including the ninjas and the blue-eyed clan living here, everyone is qualified to go. Master Baiyun smiled and said, "Master will definitely not be biased. At that time, as long as one's potential is above 5-star, their strength will determine who will go to the Yuehua school." Finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and quickly left. His words were only polite. If one's potential was above 5-star, they would have already become his true disciple, who would still be a mere disciple. However, his words reminded Ling Xiao of something. Chapter 223, Baiyun Sect, True Spirit Hall. Novel. Master Baiyun sat at the head of the table with Zuolong and Ming Tian beside him. In front of him sat Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and the rest. There were still 4 successor disciples and 8 inner disciples. At this moment, Master Baiyun's injuries were almost healed, and the expert from Beast King Palace didn't have the intention to kill him. He was probably afraid of the Yuehua school behind Master Baiyun. Ling Xiao coming back from the dead made sky cloud cities people shocked. Even Master Baiyun didn't dare to believe it. However, Master Baiyun wasn't sure how magical the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique was. Ling Xiao's resurrection was a good thing, so he didn't ask much. What he was most concerned about now was the expansion of the sect. Although he didn't think highly of Ling Xiao was his inner disciple after all. He was happy that Ling Xiao was still alive. Do you know why I'm not concerned about the conflict between the Blue Eyes clan, Ninja clan, and the Human clan? Grand Master Baiyun suddenly asked. The 12 of them shook their heads. Although they had different thoughts in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out. "Forget it. I'll tell you today." Master Baiyun revealed a kind smile and said, "During the ancient times, there was no such thing as ninja spirit or heroic spirit. There was also no ninja clan or Blue Eyes clan." Everyone was stunned. At that time, the Human clan was the only race that ruled the Sky Dragon continent. They were the spirit of all living things. There were a large number of immemorial demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in the Sky Dragon continent. Their strength was much stronger than the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts of today. Master Bayun continued, "At that time, the human clan only relied on their martial spirit. Then what about the ninja clan and Blue Eyes clan?" Ming Tian couldn't help but ask. About 100,000 years ago, the 12 sects had a common leader. He longed for immortality, so he sent Su Dao's warriors to the sea to search for the immortal panacea. When Su Dao left, he brought 1,000 men and women, and they were the ancestors of the ninja clan. Master Bayun replied, "Su Dao called himself the Ninja Emperor, which means he was the first emperor of the ninja clan. This was the beginning of the ninja clan. As for the so-called ninja spirit, it was just a name change. It's still a martial spirit. As for the Blue Eyes clan, they were separated from the human race at almost the same time. At that time, the 12 alliance leaders had a child. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and was different from ordinary people. Therefore, he was considered a monster, and would bring bad luck. Therefore, the alliance leader banished the child's mother and her people to the wildlands. No way, the ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan were actually separated from the human clan. Anyone who heard of this matter would be extremely shocked. This was because the grudges between the Blue Eyes clan, the ninja clan, and the human clan had been going on for thousands of years. Although you can't believe it, this is indeed true. This is also the reason why the 12 sects were willing to recruit disciples from the ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan after they reappeared in the world. Master Bayun sighed and said, "Other than the ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan, there's also the Barbarian clan. It was a clan created by the younger brother of the 12 sects alliance leader. It was also the human clan at first. The human clan, the Barbarian clan, the Blue Eyes clan, and the ninja clan are actually from the same bloodline? Are they the inferior clans that you mentioned?" Everyone present was a little uneasy. They had just fought a huge battle with the Blue Eyes clan and the ninja clan, and countless people were injured. In the end, they got such a result. That's right. The 12 sects exist to let the human clan regain the status of being the wisest of all creatures. Only then will the human clan be qualified to rule the Sky Dragon continent again and compete with the other clans on the 12 continents. Master Bayun nodded and said, "Master's meaning is very simple. Previously, when you were fighting, I was too lazy to care. However, now that the mountain river martial spirit has appeared and the 12 sects have reappeared, the other 12 continents will soon know about this matter. We have a common enemy, so I hope you will stop fighting among yourselves." "I will obey Master's orders." Although the 12 young geniuses answered very straightforwardly, no one knew what they were thinking. Well, this matter ends here. Next, Lin Zhe and Wan Ben will announce your military merits. When the time comes, you can enter the Technique Inheritance Hall to receive your rewards. After Master Bayun finished speaking, the disciples were confused. Ling Xiao and the others from the latent dragon camp had military merits. What about Zuolong and Ming Tian? What about the geniuses from the Sky Ninja Academy? They also had military merits. I know you're confused, but it's actually very simple. In your eyes, this war is a battle of life and death, but in my eyes, this is just a trial to test you. Master Bayun explained. The latent dragon camp's military merits are obtained by killing the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. The Sky Ninja Academy's military merits are obtained by killing the human clan. Do you understand now? Although Master Bayun's words were a little hard for the 12 young disciples to accept, Master Bayun had always been like this. He didn't seem to care about the casualties on both sides, so it was normal for him to do such a thing. Well, read out the military merits according to the number. I believe the two of you have arranged the order, right? Master Bayun glanced at Lin Zhe and Wan Ben and said, "Here Lin Zhe represented the human clan, while Wan Ben, who had just returned, represented the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. Let me read it. Wan Ben took the military merit book and read. First, Wan Ben's expression was obviously not very good. He paused for a while before continuing. The first is Ling Xiao, with 1060 military merits. Huh. Hearing this, Master Baiyun was a little surprised. He glanced at Wan Ben and said, "Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? The first isn't Naruto, nor Zuolong. How can it be Ling Xiao?" Master Baiyun didn't believe it. Wan Ben didn't believe it either. However, all the military merits were not calculated by hand, but by a treasure. There was absolutely no mistake. In the True Spirit Palace, Naruto and Zuolong's attack didn't look good. However, they didn't dare to directly question Wan Ben. "Master, there's a special situation here. Ling Xiao cooperated with Lin Zhe to kill a 9th-tier ninja clan expert, so he got more military merits." "Governor Wan, you're wrong," Lin Zhe said. "The military merits are calculated by a treasure. Ling Xiao got 90% of the military merits for killing the 9th-tier ninja clan expert, and I only got 10%. I should be the one cooperating with him, not the other way around." "Okay, now's not the time to care about this. How many military merits did you get after killing the 9th-tier ninja clan expert?" Master Baiyun interrupted Lin Zhe and asked. Killing the 9th-tier ninja clan expert was a total of 500 military merits. Ling Xiao got 450 points. Wan Ben replied, "But even a 9th-tier ninja clan expert wouldn't have so many military merits, right?" Master Baiyun asked. "It's like this, Master. This person has the Shadow Martial Spirit, which is a great threat to Sky Cloud City. If he doesn't die, it's very likely that the war will change the direction, so he got so many military merits." Lin Zhe replied. Chapter 224. Master Baiyun still couldn't believe that a peak 7th stage martial vein stage martial master could get more points than a 9th stage martial vein stage martial master. Forget it. Continue reading. He wanted to compare and see if there was a problem with the military artifact. Second place, Ming Tian, 350 points. Third place, Ling Yixue, 200 points. Fourth place, Zuolong, 190 points. Wan Ben read out the points of the 12 disciples. Other than Ming Tian and Ling Yixue, the rest didn't have more than 200 points. However, Ling Xiao actually had so many more merit points than Ming Tian. This was simply too abnormal. Even if he killed the invisible assassin, he still had 610 points after deducting 450 points. That was almost double of Ming Tian's points. The rest couldn't compare at all. There must be a problem with the military artifact. Otherwise, it's impossible. Fei Yu and the other Sky Enduring Academy disciples all stood up and questioned. On the other hand, the latent dragon camp martial artists were very calm. They had seen Ling Xiao's performance. Without Ling Xiao, they would have lost the war long ago. They wouldn't have waited until the end. Ming Tian only sneered at Ling Xiao. He thought, "It's fine if you cheated, but you actually faked so many points. Don't you know that Master hates people who cheat? Ling Xiao, hand over your military artifact." Master Baiyun said to Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. Yes, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being accused. He didn't cheat anyway, so he wasn't afraid of Master Baiyun checking. He knew that Master Baiyun was biased towards Zuolong and Ming Tian, but he wasn't a black-hearted person. The facts proved his thoughts. After Master Baiyun checked the military artifact, he returned it to Ling Xiao and said with a frown, "There's no problem with the military artifact. I also checked the records. Ling Xiao's points are normal." "Master, how is this possible?" Ming Tian stood up. He couldn't believe it. What? You don't even believe your master? Master Bai Yun frowned. Disciple doesn't dare. All right, one of the main reasons why Ling Xiao received so many military merit points was because he blocked the wolf-shaped beast. That gave him 300 military merit points, including the points for killing the invisible assassin. That's a total of 750 military merit points. Master Bai Yun was clearly afraid that Ming Tian would think too much, so he went out of his way to explain the other 310 points are from him killing enemies. He's very fast, and with the special effect of 13 Swords transformation, his killing speed is much faster than a normal person. Ming Tian still couldn't believe it. Master Bai Yun nodded and said, but this Ling Xiao has already perfected his skills. Even I can't do that. When he kills his enemies, he kills them in one move. Every move hits the vital points. His efficiency is much higher than yours. However, this is just a trick. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Although Master Bai Yun believed in Ling Xiao's military points, he was still dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's focus on combat skills. However, unlike him, Ming Tian was filled with anger and unwillingness. Ling Xiao not only killed his father in the battle, but also took first place in the military points. He even got 3 times more points than him. How could he accept this? He was a Martial Vane, level 9 Martial Master, and Master Bai Yun's direct disciple. He couldn't accept that he lost to Ling Xiao in military points. The disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy were indignant. The higher Ling Xiao's military points were, the more ninjas and blue-eyed clan warriors he killed. It was a double hatred. On the other hand, the geniuses from the latent dragon camp were already used to Ling Xiao's miraculous performance, and they all smiled happily. Okay, the rest of you can go to the Technique Inheritance Hall to receive your rewards. Ming Tian, Zuolong, you two stay. Master Bai Yun noticed that something was wrong with Ming Tian, so he intentionally asked his 2 most valued geniuses to stay. After Lindsay, Wan Ben, Ling Xiao, and the others left. Master Bai Yun said gently, I know that the 2 of you are still holding a grudge over the military points. In fact, there is no need. Ling Xiao's combat skills are indeed excellent. Even I am not as good as him. But that is useless. In my opinion, among the 12 of you, only the 2 of you have the chance to enter the Yuehua school and reach the Transcendence realm. Master Bai Yun was full of pride as he spoke. In his life, the proudest thing he had done was to take in these 2 disciples. Obviously, no matter how good Ling Xiao's performance was in his eyes, nothing more than a strange skill. It was not worth mentioning. Ming Tian and Zuolong smiled when they heard Master Bai Yun's words. Thank you, Master. Ming Tian and Zuolong were extremely excited. So what if Ling Xiao got first place? Isn't he still inferior to us? So what if your combat skills are excellent? If you can't reach the Transcendence realm, you will be trampled under our feet for the rest of your life. After leaving the True Spirit Palace, everyone went straight to the Technique Inheritance Hall. In the past, they could only go to the Border General's mansion to receive their rewards. Now, they could go to the Technique Inheritance Hall, which was of a higher standard. Although everyone knew about the past of the human race, it was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Therefore, the latent dragon camp and the Heavenly Ninja Academy were like fire and water. Especially this time, Ling Xiao actually suppressed Ming Tian and Zuolong. How could the Heavenly Ninja Academy accept this? The 2 sides entered the Technique Inheritance Hall one after the other and went to calculate the rewards they wanted to receive. At this time, Zuolong and Ming Tian also arrived. Ling Xiao, you're not bad. You can kill a 9th level Martial Vane expert at the peak of the 7th level Martial Vane. I'm really amazed." The one who spoke was Ming Tian. However, his tone was full of hatred and sarcasm. "But I don't know if you have the qualifications to enter a hidden sect. Hee, actually, I hope you can also enter. That way we can compete." "No problem," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "I just hope that senior brother Ming Tian won't let his guard down. Maybe my cultivation will soon surpass yours." To be honest, Ming Tian and Zhuolong were indeed talented and had amazing potential. Coupled with Master Baiyun's full cultivation, he had long been left behind. However, the more it was so, the more excited he was. If a person didn't have a goal to pursue, they would definitely lack motivation. "Ha ha ha, let's wait and see." Ming Tian laughed and went to choose his reward with Zhuolong. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He had more than 1,000 military merits and could exchange for a large number of things, including martial arts manuals, heaven and earth treasures, divine weapons, and so on. However, having a lot of military merits was also a blessing. He had to make some more careful choices. He didn't need to choose martial arts manuals for the time being. For offense, he had Snow Lotus Sword Art. For defense, he had Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. For movement, he had Cloud Dragon Divine Walk. These were all transcendent martial arts. As for inner force cultivation methods, he also had the quasi-transcendent martial art Snow Lotus Truth. However, he didn't find any advanced version of it in the Technique Inheritance Hall. With these, plus his martial soul and some secret techniques, it was definitely enough. Chapter 225. Ling Zhao's current weakness was his cultivation. Laming Tian was already at the early stage of the 9th level of the martial vein, while he was only at the peak of the 7th level. Since he had lost at the starting line, he had to quickly make up for it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to flip through the Spiritual Medicine Secret Codex in the Technique Hall. This so-called Spiritual Medicine Secret Codex was actually a book in the Technique Hall. The medicinal herbs and pills recorded in it were all owned by Master Baiyun. He could choose according to his military merit points. Qian Yuan Bone Changing Pill, a spirit pill for tempering the body. It can be used to increase the realm of defensive martial arts, and at the same time, it can also temper the body and lay a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires body potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 8th level. 3 Heart Soul Condensing Pill, a spirit pill for tempering the soul. It can be used to increase the strength of the soul and increase the soul power, laying a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires soul potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 7th level. High-grade True Essence Pill, a spirit pill for tempering the martial vein. It can be used to increase the strength of the martial vein and increase the true essence, laying a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires internal energy potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 7th level. There was a note at the back of these 3 pills. If not taken according to the requirements, it may cause qi deviation, bleeding from the 7 orifices, or even death on the spot. Each of the 3 types of elixirs required 150 military merit points. This was simply robbery. The military merit points required for a single pill was actually more expensive than a quasi-transcendent martial arts manual. However, you get what you pay for. Such an expensive thing naturally wouldn't be cheap. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and simply took 2 of each pill. In this way, he directly spent 900 military merit points. As for the remaining 160 military merit points, Ling Xiao used them all to exchange for gold, because in the previous battle, in order to repair his body, he used up all of his gold. Although the consumption was terrifying, he still managed to save his life. Considering this point, he felt that gold was quite important to him. 160 military merit points were directly exchanged for 16 million gold taels. Otherwise, why would it be said that the higher the cultivation, the less important gold was? The total amount of gold in the ninja auction house was almost this much, but Master Bayun could easily exchange so much gold for his disciple. Of course, other than Ling Xiao, no one else would exchange military merit points for gold. After all, the higher one's cultivation was, the less useful gold would be. Other than basic necessities, there was almost no need for gold. After the exchange, Ling Xiao returned to his residence and began cultivating. Of course, the first thing he chose to cultivate was the snow lotus truth. This was because it was the only and most powerful inner force cultivation method he had at the moment. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he absolutely had to practice the snow lotus truth. Moreover, after the battle that day, a lot of remnant strange power had surged into his body, including Grandmaster Bayun's quintessential essence and the wolf-shaped ferocious beast's quintessential essence. He could feel that in the process of refining this external true essence, it should not be a problem for him to raise his cultivation to the 8th level of the martial vein. As long as his cultivation reached the 8th level of the martial vein, then the heaven essence bone changing pill could be used. He did not want to take the risk. After all, he only had one life. Although he was anxious, it was better to cultivate step by step. After swallowing a high-grade quintessential pill, the quintessential essence in his body surged like a tide. In the mountain river world, a wolf-shaped shadow and Grandmaster Bayun's shadow were fighting. Ling Xiao's shadow stood at the side, accumulating strength, ready to find an opportunity to take down these two quintessential essences in one fell swoop. Suddenly, his shadow rushed out. Taking advantage of the weakening of the wolf-shaped shadow and Grandmaster Bayun, it turned into a golden dragon and swallowed the two quintessential essences. Although the quality of the two quintessential essences was much stronger than his snow lotus quintessential essence, they did not have much of an advantage compared to his sky dragon quintessential essence. Coupled with the fact that they were in a weakened state, they were instantly swallowed by him, and then digested. 7 days later, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The 8th martial vein in his body had finally been opened. The breakthrough to the 8th level of the martial vein was much easier than he had imagined. It was as if the conditions were right. However, he did not assimilate the wolf-shaped beast's scarlet flame quintessential essence and Grandmaster Bayun's thunderbolt quintessential essence. It was not that he could not do it, but that he did not do it, because he found that once assimilated, the two quintessential essences would be reduced to the same level as his snow lotus quintessential essence. This was simply not worth the loss. Therefore, he isolated these two quintessential essences, just like the sky dragon quintessential essence, independent of the snow lotus quintessential essence, and used them as his trump card. Now, he had 8 martial veins. One martial vein was the sky dragon quintessential essence. One martial vein was the scarlet flame quintessential essence, and one martial vein was the thunderbolt quintessential essence. The remaining 5 were all snow lotus quintessential essence. To be able to do this, it was all thanks to the 8th special ability he had obtained after reaching the 8th level of the martial vein, 9 veins spiritual body. The advantage of this ability was that the 9 martial veins could store 9 different quintessential essences, and they would not hinder each other. Of course, the quintessential essence obtained from others was limited. After it was used up, one could only use the snow lotus quintessential essence or the sky dragon quintessential essence to fill it up, or obtain other quintessential essences from others to fill it up. An ordinary martial artist would have at most 2 quintessential essences in their body, and it was impossible to have more. However, he could have 9 quintessential essences. The higher the level of the mountain and river martial spirit, the greater the surprise it would bring. At the same time that his cultivation was promoted to the 8th level of the martial vein, his snow lotus quintessential essence had finally reached the 9th level of perfection. This was all thanks to the previous battle, which allowed him to gain a lot of insights from the battle with the transcendent martial artists. Therefore, the speed at which he cultivated the quasi-transcendent martial arts had significantly increased. To have such achievements in 7 days, even he himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, the gap was still very far. It was a pity that he did not have any high-grade quintessential essence pills. He swallowed a few low-grade quintessential essence pills to consolidate his cultivation. This process took him 3 days. After that, he swallowed the 3-heart soul condensing pill and began to condense his soul and improve his soul force. He had once used the 7-star flower to test his potential. All 3 of his potential should be above 7 stars, so he felt that he had to use all 3 at once. In this way, after advancing to the transcendent realm, his foundation would be even more solid. The soul ignition art was the same as the snow lotus quintessential essence. It was also a quasi-transcendent martial art. After 7 days of continuous cultivation, his soul force had obviously improved by a lot, and his soul had also become much stronger. The most obvious feature was that he felt that his thoughts had become clearer and faster. Things that he could not understand before, he could now quickly understand now. Things that he could not remember before, he could now quickly remember now. Not only that, because of the improvement of his soul force, the effect of the terrifying finger had also become more terrifying. It was not inferior to the snow lotus sword art in the slightest. To a certain extent, it was even more terrifying. The soul ignition art had been promoted to the great perfection realm. In the future, other than using it in battle, he could temporarily put it aside. Next, he would take the quintessential bone-changing pill to cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body. During this period of time, his heavenly dragon golden body had not made any progress. It had always been stuck at the 2nd level, unable to advance an inch. However, this time he had exchanged for the quintessential bone-changing pill. Coupled with the breakthrough in his cultivation and soul, it was estimated that it was time for the heavenly dragon golden body to be promoted. This time, he did not dare to use the shadow cultivation secret technique because it involved too many things. If something went wrong, it would be dangerous for him to go berserk. Chapter 226. His cultivation had advanced to the early 8th layer. His soul power had skyrocketed. The snow lotus truth and soul ignition art had both been cultivated to the great circle. This provided Ling Xiao with a good condition to cultivate the sky dragon golden body. He had 2 heaven essence bone-changing pills in his hand. Each heaven essence bone-changing pill was full of medicinal power, so he planned to take one first. After all, this heaven essence bone-changing pill required a cultivation of the 8th layer and above to use, which had higher requirements than the other 2 pills. Taking 2 at a time, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear it. After swallowing 1 heaven essence bone-changing pill, Ling Xiao knew that his inference was correct. At that moment, his body felt as if his bones were completely shattered. That kind of pain was really not something that an ordinary person could bear. After 7 days and 7 nights, Ling Xiao could not even move and was tortured every day, but he held on with a firm will. In addition, his cultivation had already reached the 8th layer of the martial vein. Coupled with his vigorous true essence, he would not go mad or bleed from his 7 orifices. The only trouble was the pain. The pain was almost unbearable. No wonder this heaven essence bone-changing pill required a cultivation of the 8th layer and above to use. This kind of pain, this kind of impact, was really not something that a martial artist below the 7th layer could bear. After 7 days and 7 nights, the pain finally subsided. At this time, Ling Xiao fully operated the Snow Lotus Truth and Sky Dragon Golden Body, bringing the absorption power of the mountain and river martial spirit to its limit. The crazy medicinal power continued to pour into his body. He could clearly feel that the shackles of the 2nd layer of the Sky Dragon Golden Body began to collapse, and there was a faint feeling of advancing to the 3rd layer. The degree of toughness of his body also increased by leaps and bounds, and the speed was extremely fast. With the great circle of the Snow Lotus Truth and the miraculous fusion speed of the mountain and river martial spirit, after about 10 days, the medicinal effect of this heaven essence bone-changing pill was finally completely absorbed. Ling Xiao could not help but explode with a shout, expelling the waste gas from his body. He opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He could clearly feel that the toughness of his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh had greatly increased, especially the toughness of his bones. It was not inferior to a high-quality treasure. And this was just the strength of his body before he used the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. At the same time, due to the repeated use of the Snow Lotus Truth during this process, his cultivation base was also improving imperceptibly, although it was not as fast as when he took the high-grade True Essence Dan. From the looks of it, advancing to the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial vein was just around the corner. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early 8th level of the martial vein, and he was close to breaking through the limit. He was only a paper away from the middle of the 8th level, and his Heavenly Dragon Golden Body had finally broken through the shackles of the 2nd level under the medicinal effect of the Qian Yuan bone-changing pill and advanced to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body not only strengthened the body, but also had 2 special signs. One was to produce heavenly dragon tendons, and the other was to condense heavenly dragon scales. There was no order in these 2 symbols. Ling Xiao first comprehended the heavenly dragon scale. When he integrated his true essence into the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body cultivation method, a layer of golden scales began to appear on the surface of his body. However, these scales were still transparent for the time being, faintly discernible. Even so, the terrifying defense brought by the scales was much stronger than the 9 transformation golden body technique of the 9 transformation. From now on, Ling Xiao's defense had taken a qualitative leap. Heavenly Dragon Scale armor. This was not only eye-catching, but its defense was also terrifyingly powerful. And the most amazing thing was that the Heavenly Dragon Scale armor could be used to strengthen the attack according to the different parts of the armor. For example, if one wrapped the hands with the Heavenly Dragon Scale armor, the attack would be much stronger. In addition, when the Heavenly Dragon Scale armor was attached to the entire body, it was equivalent to a perfect absolute defense. Even if he was surrounded by tens of thousands of martial artists, as long as they could not break his defense, he would not be harmed at all. At this level, the number of people basically did not have much meaning to him. If the enemy wanted to use the human wave tactic to eliminate him, it was tantamount to a fool's dream. Of course, there was a reason why the Heavenly Dragon Scale armor was condensed and not born. The reason was that Ling Xiao's current quintessential essence was not enough to sustain the Heavenly Dragon Scale armor. Generally speaking, for a transcendent martial art like the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, even if it was a peak 8th level martial master, being able to sustain the Heavenly Dragon Scale armor for 20 breaths was already considered very powerful. Therefore, the Heavenly Dragon Scale armor was like many defensive artifacts. It was basically used as a life-saving item. Unless it was a critical moment, it would not be used. Ling Xiao's current quintessential essence was very dense. It was much stronger than the quintessential essence of a peak 8th level martial vein martial master. Basically, It was about the same amount of quintessential essence as a peak 9th level martial vein martial master. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to maintain the heavenly dragon scale armor for 100 breaths of time. In addition, his mountain river martial spirit could devour quintessential essence, so the more enemies there were, the more beneficial it was for him. Normally, he did not dare to keep condensing the heavenly dragon scale armor, but when facing an army of thousands, it would not be a problem even if he kept condensing it. This was because the quintessential essence that he devoured was enough to maintain the heavenly dragon scale armor. He had estimated, without using the heavenly dragon scale armor, martial artists below the late 8th level of the martial vein would not be able to injure him at all unless they had a divine weapon. And once he used the heavenly dragon scale armor with his current cultivation, even if it was a peak 8th level martial vein martial master, he would still be in an invincible position. He could completely exhaust his opponent to death. As for the early 9th level martial vein martial master, it was still very difficult for him to deal with them. However, at the very least, he could ensure that he would not die. In the next half a month, Ling Xiao did his best to consolidate the cultivation of the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body. At the same time, he completely absorbed the remaining medicinal strength. He also tried to familiarize himself with the use of the heavenly dragon scale armor. After all, this could be considered a skill. When to use the heavenly dragon scale armor and where to use it, these were all very particular. Covering the entire body would definitely have the worst defensive effect. If it was a partial defense, the defensive power would be condensed to a single point, which would naturally have the best effect. The key was what kind of enemy he was facing. Fortunately, he had a martial spirit avatar, so he could repeatedly try and practice. Half a month later, his use of the heavenly dragon scale armor had reached perfection, and the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body had completely stabilized. It was just that the heavenly dragon tendon had yet to be cultivated. However, he was not in a hurry, because he knew very well that being impatient would not allow him to eat hot tofu. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for him to go berserk. His current cultivation speed was already very astonishing. There was really no need to take the risk. The gains would not make up for the losses. In this half a month, because he did not consume the Heaven Essence bone-changing pill and other spirit medicines, Ling Xiao once again used the shadow cultivation secret technique. His main body continued to consolidate the cultivation of the heavenly dragon golden body, as well as familiarizing himself with the use of the heavenly dragon scale armor. One of the 2 clones focused on improving his martial spirit, and at the same time, he was preparing to develop a new killing move. Because he had fused 2 brand new martial souls, this was necessary. The other one persevered in cultivating the divine prison King Fist. The clone could also use the mountain and river martial spirit to analyze and comprehend, and the memories of the main body were also shared. Therefore, the benefits that Ling Xiao had obtained in the previous war could also be used by the clone. Chapter 2:27. Finally, after half a month, one of the clones raised the ghost ship, giant sword, and Thunder Bear's remnant soul to 90%. Novel, La, using the Blood Shadow martial soul and 13 swords of shadow, he comprehended a new killing move, Blood Shadow Destruction. The Blood Shadow Destruction was different from the Giant Spirit kill and was different from the Blood Blade Shadow King kill. It was an assassination move. It disappeared and reappeared in an instant, catching the enemy off guard. The other clone also successfully cultivated the second move of the divine, Hell King Fist, Horseface Crush. Oxhead and Horseface were originally 2 moves that were combined. Now that he had completely comprehended the 2 moves, its power had naturally increased by several times. Moreover, his soul power had skyrocketed, although the divine Hell King Fist was only a quasi-transcendent martial art, its attack was probably not inferior to an entry-level transcendent martial art. His cultivation speed was so fast, and his comprehension ability was so strong. Of course, it was due to the magical effect of the mountain river martial soul. It was no wonder that so many people kept fighting for this martial soul. Although it could lead to a fatal disaster, the benefits this martial soul brought were also huge. Anyway, he had decided that he would never expose the mountain river martial soul in front of others unless it was a situation of certain death. This thing was a double-edged sword. It could bring you great benefits, but it could also bring you great danger. At this point, Ling Xiao had cultivated for more than a month. There were less than 2 months before the expansion examination of the hidden sections. It would probably take some time to travel, so he only had a little more than a month to improve his strength. However, after cultivating in seclusion for a month, he was physically and mentally exhausted. His body had sunk into sluggishness. Although he knew that time was tight, Ling Xiao still temporarily stopped cultivating and prepared to go out to eat some delicious food and take a rest. When he was cultivating in seclusion, he ate dry food like jerky, which was very bad for his body. Under the transcendent realm, no matter how strong he was still immortal. It was impossible not to eat good food. Delicious and nutritious food was very effective for the recovery of the body's functions. After leaving the cultivation room, Ling Xiao asked the little Taoist boy to help prepare the food. Although he was only a disciple of Master Baiyun, his position in Baiyun Temple was not something the little Taoist boy could compare to. Did anything interesting happen recently? After the food was served, Ling Xiao ate while asking the little Taoist boy, reporting to young Master Ling, in the past month, the biggest thing was young Master Zhuolong's advancement to the 9th level martial vein. The little Taoist boy replied, "Another 9th level martial vein. Looks like I need to work harder." Ling Xiao thought, what about Ming Tian? Did his cultivation advance? Young Master Ming Tian's cultivation has also advanced from the early 9th level of the martial vein realm to the late 9th level of the martial vein realm. What? Compared to Zhuolong advancing to the 9th level of the martial vein, this news undoubtedly shocked him even more. It seems like Grandmaster Baiyun is giving these two special treatment again. I have to painstakingly use my military merit points to exchange for pills, but these two can use them as they please. This was truly enviable. Of course, even if Master Baiyun's special treatment was excluded, the potential of these two people was extremely rare in the entire Baiyun province, and even in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Ming Tian reached the late stage of the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16. Zhuolong advanced to the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16. This made the surrounding geniuses dim. No wonder Master Baiyun thought that only the two of them could enter Yuehua school. Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao were behind at the starting line in life, so they did not look as monstrous as the two of them. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao calmed down after being slightly surprised. In the past, there were many geniuses with higher cultivation than him, but he was already catching up. The gap between him and Ming Tian and Zhuolong was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, although he felt a sense of urgency, he did not feel inferior. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. Yes, the little Taoist boy thought for a while and said, about 10 days ago, someone claimed to be Master Baiyun's nephew. He came to Baiyun Temple to talk to Master Baiyun. They did not have a good conversation, and even fought. Fought? Yes. Young Master Ling, you probably don't know. Master Baiyun was actually not a match for his nephew. He was defeated after only 20 moves. Young Master Ming Tian and young Master Zhuolong saw it. The little Taoist boy suddenly lowered his voice and said, He probably felt that this kind of thing could not be made public. Ling Xiao was shocked. How long had it been? Grand Master Baiyun, who was once an invincible existence in northern Han and even in the human race's sacred dynasty, had already been defeated twice in a row. The world was too big, and there were too many experts. Okay, put away the food. I'm done eating. By the time Ling Xiao asked that question, he had already finished his food. The little Taoist boy's words made him feel a strong sense of urgency. He went back to his room to rest for a while. When he felt that his body had recovered, he went back to the practice room and continued to cultivate. The huge pressure turned into a strong fighting spirit. Ling Xiao cultivated even more desperately. Buzz. Under the influence of his powerful fighting spirit, he was in his peak state. His mountain river, martial spirit, underwent a huge change. What was originally a small mountain village had now turned into a town with even more residents. This was only the appearance. The more profound benefit was that the acceleration effect had increased again. The fusion between the mountain river martial spirit and Ling Xiao's soul had deepened. Previously, the fusion rate was less than 1%, but now it had reached 10%. This was a tenfold increase. The higher the fusion rate, the more stable Ling Xiao's control of the mountain river martial spirit became. He believed that one day the mountain river martial spirit would completely fuse with his soul. At that time, the mountain river would be him and he would be the mountain river. There would be no distinction between them. The mountain river martial spirit's effect would also be fully displayed. The benefits of the fusion were immediate. A wave of energy gushed out from the mountain river martial spirit and spread throughout his body. It made him feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He did not waste this opportunity and hurriedly operated the heavenly dragon golden body. This time, the cultivation lasted for another half a month. Every meridian in his body had completely transformed into the heavenly dragon tendons. This also meant that he had completely mastered the 2 states of the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body. What the heavenly dragon tendons brought was a comprehensive increase in strength, stamina, flexibility, speed, and so on. Not only that, after cultivating the heavenly dragon tendons, his cultivation had broken through continuously. He had actually broken through from the early 8th level of the martial vein to the late 8th level of the martial vein. He could feel that his current strength was absolutely astonishing. No one below the 8th level was his match. Even if it was a top genius, they would be helpless against him. Even if he were to face an early 9th level martial vein martial master, the chances of victory would be 50-50. He might even be able to exhaust his opponent to death by relying on the heavenly dragon scale armor. However, this breakthrough speed was too fast. Ling Xiao was afraid of attracting attention, so he adjusted the model to the early 8th level of the martial vein. This way, he wouldn't be suspected. Furthermore, there were many benefits to hiding his cultivation. Chapter 228. After stopping his cultivation, Ling Xiao stepped out of the training room. Outside the door, the sky had just brightened and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. "Young master, you've finally come out." Cold Plum leaned against the corridor outside the door. When he saw Ling Xiao, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Your cultivation has already reached the peak of the 7th layer martial vein. Not bad, not bad. Cold Plum's body's potential was also very high. In the past, he just didn't have the right conditions. Now that he had become Master Baiyun's disciple, his cultivation speed naturally increased by leaps and bounds. "I'm nothing." Shirley, Sister Yishui, Jiawu, Zhuhua, and Fei Yu have all reached the early 8th layer martial vein. Dai Yuling has reached the late 8th layer martial vein. Zuolong has reached the early ninth layer martial vein. Ming Tian has reached the late ninth layer martial vein. They are all stronger than me. Cold Plum smiled bitterly. Don't worry. Your cultivation was just lower in the past. You will catch up. Ling Xiao comforted. Young master, don't worry. Cold Plum will not be discouraged. Cold Plum smiled. That's good. But why are you waiting here? Yes, Master said that you should head to the True Spirit Hall immediately after you come out of seclusion. There's only a little more than a month left before the recruitment of the hidden sections. I'm afraid he's preparing to select 3 recommendations. Cold Plum replied, Let's go together. Ling Xiao nodded, and the two of them quickly walked to the True Spirit Palace. In the True Spirit Palace, except for Cold Plum and Ling Xiao, everyone else had already arrived. Humph, what arrogance! Master called a meeting, and you dare to be late? Feiyu had just broken through to the 8th layer martial vein, so he felt that his chance for revenge had come. He seemed to have sensed that the matter of revenge could not be delayed any longer. If this continued, Ling Xiao would surpass him sooner or later. At that time, there would be no more chances. When he saw Ling Xiao today, he had the intention to provoke him. Let the other party make the first move, and then he would propose to have a showdown on the cliff of life and death. This way, revenge would be a matter of course. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, he bowed to Master Baiyun and said, I just learned that Master has summoned me. It's fine. Have a seat. Master Baiyun waved his hand and did not blame Ling Xiao. In fact, the reason why the meeting was delayed until today was because several disciples were in closed-door training. Based on the aura of each training room, he guessed that the disciples would come out today. It was just that Ling Xiao came out of seclusion a little later, because there was no point in blaming him. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. All right, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. At this point, Master Baiyun looked at Ming Tian and Zuolong dotingly. Without a doubt, these two were his most valued disciples, and they did not disappoint him. They broke through to the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16, which was very rare. Although Ming Tian's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 9th level martial vein, in terms of strength, he was almost invincible within the 9th level. Even Lin Zhe, Master Baiyun, and Wan Ben were left behind by him. Zuolong had just broken through to the 9th level martial vein, but he also had the strength to fight with Lin Zhe and the others. This was a genius. Naturally, they were different from ordinary people. Every improvement of a genius was several times or even dozens of times that of an ordinary person. In a month, the Yuehua School's disciple recruitment ceremony will begin. I wonder if you have the confidence to pass the Yuehua School's assessment. Master Baiyun's tone was full of anticipation. Rest assured, Master, not only will I pass the assessment, but I will also become the most outstanding disciple of the Yuehua School. I will definitely not embarrass you. I won't be worse than Ming Tian. Ming Tian and Zuolong said one after another. Before the others could speak, Master Baiyun had already laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Good, good. You are indeed my most outstanding disciples. I absolutely believe in your words. It seemed that in Master Baiyun's mind, only these two people were qualified to pass the assessment. Therefore, he threw the other disciples aside and did not pay attention to them. After a while, he said, I have 3 recommendations. 2 of them will be given to Ming Tian and Zuolong. Do you have any objections? Ling Xiao could not help but frown. Although he had known that this would be the result, he still felt a little uncomfortable that Master Baiyun had given 2 recommendations to Ming Tian and Zuolong without any assessment. As a master, he was a little too biased. Moreover, this was not the first time. However, because there was still one more recommendation, he did not say anything. After all, apart from Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng, the others were no match for him in terms of strength or potential. Since he did not say anything, the others did not dare to say anything either. Well, I called you here today for this matter. Now, go back and cultivate. When the remaining 10 people were waiting for Master Baiyun to decide on the third recommendation, Master Baiyun waved his hand and motioned everyone to go back and cultivate. Master, isn't there still one more recommendation? Dai Yuling could not help but ask. Apart from Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng, she had the highest cultivation. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Therefore, she was very concerned about the third recommendation. I have already decided on the third recommendation. It would be a waste to give it to you. After all, this is the first time in tens of thousands of years that such an expansion has happened. It may only happen again in the next few years. If you can't pass the assessment, it would be a complete waste. Master Baiyun said expressionlessly. What? Master Baiyun's words made the other 10 people dumbfounded. Not only did he give 2 recommendations to Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng, he even gave the remaining recommendation to someone else. This was too much. Disciple is not convinced. Dai Yuling was the one who could not accept it the most. After all, she was Master Baiyun's true disciple. Not convinced. Master can tell you that the other candidate has the same potential as Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. His strength is on par with Zhuo Leng. You think you have a chance? Master Baiyun stared at Dai Yuling and said, That's enough. Don't make trouble. After all, you are Master's true disciple. In the future, Master will do his best to train you. Although it is not as good as joining a sect, it is still possible for you to advance to the transcendent realm. Dai Yuling sat back in her seat, her face pale. Master, disciple is not convinced either. Ling Xiao slowly got up and looked at Master Baiyun calmly. At this point, he could no longer stay silent. No matter what, he had to fight for a place to enter Yuehua School. It was a chance to open a new world, and it might even be the only chance. You are not convinced either? Master Baiyun frowned and said, Do you think you are better than Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng? That's right. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Over there, Ming Tian laughed unscrupulously. Zhuo Leng also showed a disdainful sneer. He had seen overconfident people, but he had never seen such an overconfident person. Master Baiyun also sneered. Good, good, good. This old man wants to see how capable the genius Lindsay is, and see if this old man will regret it. Master, why listen to this kid's nonsense? Just expel him from the sect. Ming Tian said. That's right, Master. This person betrayed his master. What's the use of keeping him? Zhuo Leng also said. That would make me seem narrow-minded. How about this? Ling Xiao, this old man will give you a chance. Chapter 229. What kind of opportunity does Master want to give me? Ling Xiao looked at Master Baiyun with indifference in his eyes, but there was no hatred. Master Baiyun's actions made him feel cold. However, Master Baiyun had saved his life, so there was no need to hate him. At most, they would be strangers from now on. Ling Xiao, you think you're quite strong. There are very few young masters in Baiyun province who can defeat you. Master Baiyun said slowly, but I don't know if you dare to challenge Zhuo Leng. If you can tie with him, Zhuo Leng's recommendation will be yours. Hearing this, everyone in the latent dragon camp was a little angry. Zhuo Leng was an early-stage, 9th level martial vein martial master. Ling Xiao was only an early-stage, 8th level martial vein martial master. The gap was too big. It was better not to give such an opportunity. The people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy were gloating, waiting to see how Ling Xiao would make a fool of himself. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't speak, Master Bayun continued, "Of course, if you don't accept this opportunity, I won't force you. But don't mention the recommendation." He wasn't giving Ling Xiao a chance. He just wanted to dispel Ling Xiao's arrogant idea. Because in his opinion, even if Ling Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he wouldn't be stupid enough to challenge Zuolong. However, he was wrong again. In the past 2 months, Ling Xiao's strength had increased by more than just a little. He had long wanted to find someone to test his strength on. Zuolong was a suitable opponent. "Thank you, Master. I'm willing to seize this opportunity to challenge Zuolong," Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. "Are you sure?" Master Bayun was stunned and asked, "Very sure." Ling Xiao nodded. "Master, I'm a ninja warrior, and he's a human warrior. In the previous war, this kid killed many of our fellow ninjas, including Ming Tian's father, who was also my master. So, I request to go to the Life and Death Cliff." Life and Death Cliff. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Zuolong was too ruthless. He wanted to use the competition as an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao directly. That depends on whether Ling Xiao agrees or not. Grandmaster Bayun glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "He actually didn't stop them." It seemed like this great Master Bayun really spoiled Zuolong and Ming Tian too much. He wasn't even willing to stop them from trying to kill someone. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to accept. At least for now, he had no other way to enter the 12 sects. He didn't want to give up on this opportunity. "I agree." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone from the Heavenly Ninja Academy revealed expressions of schadenfreude. The last time Ling Xiao and Li Xinghui fought to the death on the Life and Death Cliff of Bayun Monastery, Li Xinghui was killed. However, at that time, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was not that great. However, today was completely different. Zuolong was an early 9th level martial vein stage martial master. His cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. The result of this battle was obvious. Ling Xiao had to die. The people from the latent dragon camp looked worried. "Junior brother, you have to think twice." This time, even Ling Yixue, who had always believed in Ling Xiao, was worried. After all, Ling Xiao was too important to her. "Yes, young master, please think twice." Lum Plum also hurriedly said. The rest wanted to agree, but were stopped by Ling Xiao. "Don't say any more. I've made up my mind. I'm going to the Life and Death Cliff." On the Life and Death Cliff, Zuolong's lips curled into a sneer. He was laughing ferociously in his heart. Ling Xiao had killed so many ninja warriors. As a ninja genius, he had long wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer. Of course, more importantly, Ling Xiao actually dared to challenge him. He thought that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Therefore, he must let Ling Xiao know that Zuolong, must let everyone know that his dignity was not to be underestimated. The two of them stood face to face. The next moment, a dazzling black flame bloomed from Zuolong's body. The flame had a strange pure black color, and it wrapped around his body like a suit of armor. At that moment, it gave people an illusion that Zuolong's body was no longer made of flesh and blood, but an elemental body made of flames. Amaterasu Black Flame, divine art. And it seems to be at the Great Perfection realm. He has already cultivated the Amaterasu Flame Armor. The Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art is a very powerful quasi-transcendent martial art. Once it is cultivated to the Great Perfection realm, not only is it invulnerable, but it is also impervious to fire and water. It is much stronger than different levels of body refining techniques. Yes, I heard that even a defensive demon beast of the same level is not as terrifying as this martial art, with the protection of the Amaterasu flame armor. Even if Ling Xiao has cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique, it is meaningless. The Amaterasu black flame divine art is much more powerful than the 9 transformation golden body technique. It is even close to a transcendent martial art. I already said that Ling Xiao is courting death. In fact, even if Zhuolong does not use a defensive martial art, it is very easy for him to crush Ling Xiao with his cultivation. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the discussions of the people from the Sky Ninja Academy. He looked at Zhuolong's body and smiled. I did not expect Senior Zhuolong to cultivate such a strange martial art. However, I also cultivate a defensive martial art. I wonder who is stronger. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's true yuan circulated, and his body bloomed with a bright golden light. Gradually, a layer of golden scales appeared on his body, covering his entire body. He looked like a human-shaped golden dragon. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body 3rd level. Heavenly Dragon Scale armor. And the Heavenly Dragon tendon hidden in his body. Whoosh! The true Spirit Palace was suddenly in an uproar. Many people knew that Zhuolong had the Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art. Combined with Susa's soul, this guy's defense was definitely ranked first among Master Baiyun's disciples. In this aspect, he was stronger than Ming Tian. However, no one knew about Ling Xiao's Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. They all thought that he was using the 9 transformation golden body technique, because these 2 defensive martial arts looked too similar on the surface, but the difference in grade was too great. No matter what, in terms of momentum, the 2 defensive martial arts used by the 2 were actually on par. In the end, which one was stronger would depend on the final result. Zhuolong's face was full of disdain. If Ling Xiao had used the offensive martial art that injured Ming Tian, he might have been afraid. However, his opponent had also used a defensive martial art. He was really reckless. Did he think that a random defensive martial art could be compared with his perfect Realm Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art? Interesting. Then let me see how powerful your defensive martial art is. With a sneer, Zhuolong's body leaned forward slightly. In an instant, a sonic boom sounded. His speed reached the extreme, and a black flame afterimage appeared behind him. In terms of speed, he seemed to be not much worse than Ling Xiao. He should also be using some kind of extraordinary body technique. When he was less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, Zhuolong suddenly struck out with his right palm. This palm strike had a faint sound of lightning. His true essence was completely condensed on his right palm, and the sound of air being torn apart was particularly ear-piercing. The sound of zzz was constantly heard. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and took a step forward. His body also rushed out, and his speed was even faster than Zhuolong's. When he was about 3 meters away, he met the attack with his left fist. Chapter 230. Facing Zhuolong, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. This thunderbolt true origin came from Master Baiyun, but after being transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit, it was not exactly the same. Novels, Therefore, even if Master Baiyun saw it, he would be fine. At most, he would be surprised. Bang! A palm and a fist, both entwined with purplish-blue lightning, collided together. The air was rapidly compressed and then splashed out in all directions. Electric currents were everywhere. On the life and death cliff, the huge rocks were shattered and broken. Gravel flew in all directions as if meteorites were falling. Even the mountain trembled violently. Except for Ming Tian and Master Baiyun, the onlookers all moved away. After exchanging blows, the two retreated almost at the same time. Both of them could not control themselves. Then they stopped almost at the same time and steadied themselves. So strong. Both of them are so strong. It can be seen that Zhuo Leng's palm is more powerful, but Ling Zhao's fist art is more exquisite. It actually caused part of Zhuo Leng's palm power to leak into the air, which did not cause any threat to him. This is why they are evenly matched. Master Bai Yun's eyesight was indeed good. He could see the reason for the current situation at a glance. Judging from the current situation, the two of them should be evenly matched, but Zhuo Leng should just be probing with his attack. That's right. He is the most cautious person. He won't show his strength all of a sudden. Ling Zhao's suffering is still to come. That should be right. The rest of the onlookers were also whispering, but obviously they felt that Zhuo Leng had held back while Ling Zhao had used all his strength. In the end, they still did not believe in Ling Zhao's strength. However, this was normal. They could not think of any other reason why an early-stage 8th-layer martial artist and an early-stage 9th-layer martial artist would fight like this except for Zhuo Leng holding back. After standing firm, Zhuo Leng suddenly looked at Ling Zhao with a strong sense of surprise in his eyes. He also seemed a little embarrassed. He originally thought that with his early-stage 9th-layer martial vein cultivation, he could easily defeat Ling Zhao even with an ordinary attack. However, he was a cautious person and had even deliberately used a defensive martial art at the perfection stage. He only wanted to completely turn Ling Zhao into ashes with a single palm strike, so as to avoid any unexpected changes. One had to know that it was not a problem for him to kill a Class 9 demonic beast with a single punch. Could it be that not only was Ling Zhao's swordsmanship outstanding, but his body was also so strong? If that was the case, then this kid was too monstrous. Perhaps his master, Great Master Bai Yun, had misjudged him. Of course, the stronger Ling Zhao was, the more Zhuo Leng wanted to kill him. He didn't want to be killed like Li Xinghui. He absolutely couldn't let Ling Zhao grow. Otherwise, he felt that if they met on the battlefield in the future, he could only run for his life. Humph, I want to see how long your golden skin can last. Suddenly, Zhuo Leng launched another attack. But this time, he didn't use his palm technique to attack. Instead, he drew out a sword with electric currents flowing around it and stabbed forward. The purplish-blue treasure sword transformed into a series of sword shadows. Every sword strike was a killing move. Every sword strike was extremely ruthless. Ling Zhao recognized that the treasure sword in Zhuo Leng's hand should also be a fine-grade precious weapon, the same as his floating snow sword. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he still didn't intend to use his weapon. Although this battle was a battle of life and death, once he entered the soul imprint state, there would be no surprises in his eyes. He didn't use his weapon because it wasn't worthwhile. After all, Zhuo Leng was still hiding his strength. He didn't need to display his full strength and waste his true essence. Both sides, one with a sword and the other with a fist, exchanged a total of 50 moves on the life and death cliff. After 50 moves, Zhuo Leng was obviously somewhat impatient. He suddenly retreated with a hideous grin on his face. "You're very strong, but you must die." At this moment, Zhuo Leng actually completely gave up on defense and began to use almost 80% of his true essence to attack. Perhaps in Zhuo Leng's opinion, relying on the defense of the heavenly flame armor, there was no need to defend. Once he gave up on defense, Zhuo Leng's attack speed instantly increased, and his moves became even more fierce. At this time, if Ling Zhao chose to continue the balance of attack and defense step by step, then he would definitely suffer. With the opponent's attack speed and fierceness, coupled with the powerful true essence of the early 9th level martial vein, it would definitely cause him a lot of damage. If he chose to completely defend, Then he would completely fall into a passive position. What's more, that wasn't Ling Xiao's fighting style. Thinking quickly, Ling Xiao simply threw caution to the wind. His aura instantly soared and expanded to the late 8th level martial vein level. Then he actually gave up the idea of defense and used all his true essence to attack. His fists, wrapped in thunderbolts, repeatedly blasted out. Clang! Pa! Zuolong's sword pierced Ling Xiao's body. It actually splashed out a few sparks, but there was no effect at all. Ling Xiao's fist blasted on Zuolong's body. The sound was very loud, but there was no effect at all. Zuolong sneered again and again. Not only did he not withdraw his sword, but his attacks became even more fierce. Anyway, he already knew that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him. In that case, what was there to be afraid of? Let's see whose body would collapse first. Clang, 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 clang. For a moment, Ling Xiao and Zuolong didn't dodge at all. They just stood there and attacked each other. Both of them didn't know how many times they had been attacked. Almost every inch of their body was taken care of. Zuolong's sword even pierced Ling Xiao's throat a few times. Ling Xiao's fist also blasted a few times on Zuolong's head. The onlookers couldn't accept it for a moment. This kind of crazy fighting style was really not something that anyone dared to try. They didn't defend or dodge. It was a completely back and forth exchange of attacks. This scene was really strange. Two lunatics. Even if you beat me to death, I don't want to fight with them. That's right. Their defense is too terrifying. I reckon that our attacks will be no different from scratching an itch on their bodies. Zuolong cultivates the heavenly black flame divine art. What kind of martial arts cultivation method does Ling Xiao cultivate? Why does it not seem inferior to Zuolong? Who knows? It's definitely not the 9 transformation golden body technique. This kid has too many secrets. It's not good to provoke him. Seeing this, even Master Baiyun was a little regretful. Ling Xiao's performance was completely beyond his expectations. He wasn't thinking about losing face, but if Ling Xiao really died like this, it would also be a loss. Sigh. If only I stopped them from coming to the life and death cliff. He sighed, but in the end he didn't stop them. He only felt pity for Ling Xiao, but it wasn't to the point where he had to protect him. If it was Zuolong or Ming Tian who encountered such danger, he would definitely save them. They exchanged another 50 moves. After 100 moves, Zuolong was obviously a little anxious. He couldn't take down Ling Xiao with his early 9th level martial vein cultivation. This made his anger grow stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao's defense was really beyond his expectations. It seemed that the level of his defense martial arts was definitely not lower than his. Chapter 2:31. What made Zuolong even more worried was that his true essence was being consumed very quickly, but his opponent didn't seem to be exhausted at all, and even had a smile on his face. This forced him to change his strategy. He intended to decide the outcome with one blow, so as to avoid any unexpected problems. Black Sun burst. Zuolong suddenly jumped back, and then the lightning on his long sword disappeared, replaced by a burning black flame. As he retreated, he lightly tapped on the rock, and his body seemed to bounce back, his speed even faster than before. After fighting for so long, you finally used your martial skill. Good. Ling Xiao suddenly pulled out the drifting snow sword and stabbed out. Giant spirit kill. At that moment, the surrounding Yuan Qi seemed to be absorbed by the giant sword remnant soul and completely integrated into the sword. Boom! Before the two swords came close, the terrifying true essence power had already collided. It was the first time that the giant spirit kill was so easily blocked. In the air, the snow-white true essence and the black and red true essence constantly collided, producing a crackling sound that was very unpleasant to hear. Whoosh! Ling Xiao quickly retreated, and in an instant he was dozens of steps away. He had lost to Zhuolong in terms of attack. It could be seen that Zhuolong had increased his true essence output to more than 90%, close to 100%. Under such circumstances, the advantage of his cultivation was revealed. Zhuolong wouldn't be merciful after the successful attack. He chased after Ling Xiao like a shadow, and the long sword wrapped in black flame shook again, stabbing at Ling Xiao. The giant spirit kill couldn't defeat the opponent, so it should be the disadvantage of his martial soul. Ling Xiao made this judgment when he retreated. In that case, he would use his complete martial soul to fight the enemy. In an instant, the giant sword remnant soul behind him retreated and was replaced by the clearer blood shadow martial soul. This was Ling Xiao's highest grade martial soul, belonging to the second grade of the complete soul void body. Blood blade, Shadow King kill. A sword slashed out, and blood danced. Ling Xiao's figure was actually faintly discernible. Ding! This sword hit the weakest part of Zhuolong's long sword, and finally blocked Zhuolong's continuous attacks. But even so, it didn't cause any harm to Zhuolong. Neither side was able to do anything to the other. The Black Sun Explosive Sword is a quasi-transcendent sword art that is complemented by the Amaterasu Black Flame's divine art. Together, its power is no weaker than an entry-level transcendent martial art. That's right. This sword contains the divine fire of Amaterasu. Its power is very domineering. Ling Xiao actually managed to block it. He was able to block it because of his skill. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Master Baiyun's voice sounded. As expected, he was very disappointed with Ling Xiao's obsession with improving his skills. Perhaps it was because of this that he felt a sense of dislike towards Ling Xiao. Let's see how you block this move. Zhuolong retreated again. Then, the ninja soul behind him pulled a strange big bow. Zhuolong used the fine quality sword in his hand, which was wrapped in black flames, as the arrow of this big bow. By now, Zhuolong could see that the power of his move was definitely above Ling Xiao's, and Ling Xiao was relying on his skills to deal with it. Therefore, he had to use a move that even Ling Xiao couldn't see through. In other words, this was the move that he was brewing, the transcendent martial skill that belonged to him. The terrifying power directly locked onto Ling Xiao, and the terrifying pressure was constantly exerted on him. This made him feel that this move really couldn't be avoided or blocked by pure technique. He could only meet force with force. Boom! The mountain shook violently again. The long sword pierced through the air and directly pierced towards Ling Xiao. Divine fire of Amaterasu. Ling Xiao had encountered many opponents in the past, but this was the first time he had encountered someone as difficult to deal with as this one. But he didn't find it strange. How could a disciple that Master Baiyun picked not have any strength? What's more, Zhuolong was already at the early 9th level of the martial vein. He was only at the late 8th level of the martial vein. But even so, he didn't think he would lose. Wasn't it just a transcendent martial art? He also knew it. These thoughts only flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. He had already decided what he was going to do next. He held the drifting snow sword in his right hand and pointed it at Zhuolong. Without any fancy moves, he just lightly pierced the sword. Whoosh! No one could describe the speed of this sword. When they saw Ling Xiao's hand tremble slightly, a sword light had already shot out. The sword light condensed the terrifying snow lotus true essence, which actually froze the air in its path. It turned into a white light that was hard to see with the naked eye, and directly split the black flame into two. Not only that, the black flame seemed to have met its natural enemy and actually condensed into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Puff! A red dot appeared between Zhuolong's eyebrows. A trace of blood seeped out. He didn't even have any reaction. The combination of snow lotus true essence and snow lotus sword technique was simply the most perfect combination. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao didn't use true essence of a higher grade. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so fast? How can it be so powerful? After the sword strike, there was complete silence on the life and death cliff. After a while, someone exclaimed, but Master Bai Yun had already pounced on Zhuolong. He was thinking of all kinds of ways to save Zhuolong's life. Even he didn't have time to react to Ling Xiao's sword strike, which was enough to show the terrifying speed. You actually killed him. Master Bai Yun struggled for a long time, but to no avail. Zhuolong had completely lost his breath. This sword strike didn't just simply pierce through his head, it even directly destroyed his soul. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him, not to mention Master Bai Yun, who was just an ordinary, extraordinary warrior. Due to his rage, Master Bai Yun's terrifying aura surged violently, scaring everyone around him. The first to bear the brunt was Ling Xiao. He didn't want to suffer such a loss, so he had already used the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and was dozens of feet away from Master Bai Yun. He knew this old man very well. He was very biased. Even though it was a battle of life and death, he killed Zhuolong, so this old man would definitely fight with his life on the line. He wouldn't stupidly stay in the same place and wait for death. In terms of speed, Master Bai Yun might be faster than him, but he had the blood shadow martial spirit, so he could escape and hide at the same time. As long as he was far enough away, he wouldn't be afraid of this old man killing him. Yes, I killed him, but this is the life and death cliff. Life and death are predestined. Master, are you going to avenge him? Ling Xiao was very uncomfortable, so he spoke very impolitely. Ling Xiao, don't add fuel to the fire. Dai Yuling was a little anxious. She and Ling Xiao were friends, so she really didn't want to see Ling Xiao killed by the furious Master Bai Yun on the spot. Let him speak. Master Bai Yun's beard kept trembling. Obviously, he was very angry. Ming Tian and Zhuolong were his two favorite disciples. Now that one of them was killed, he really couldn't calm down. Master, you agreed to a battle of life and death. Originally, his cultivation was higher than mine, so you thought he could kill me, right? I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. Ling Xiao's face was full of sarcasm. Don't call me master. I don't have a disciple like you. Master Bai Yun roared. Humph, I really don't want to be your disciple. A biased and unfair person like you disgusts me. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and made preparations to escape. Today, even if they completely shed all pretense of cordiality, it wouldn't be a big deal. I'll kill you. Master Bai Yun actually moved, and a terrifying palm was blasted out. Chapter 232. Bang! Master Bai Yun's palm strike landed on a boulder, which instantly turned into dust. Ling Xiao did not move from the beginning to the end. Through his mountain river martial spirit, he could tell that Master Bai Yun's attack was not aimed at him. Behind the boulder, a figure flashed out. This person was dressed in black, and his body was covered in dust. He was in a sorry state. He probably did not expect Master Bai Yun to create a diversion. Ha! Martial Uncle Bai Yun is really not old. You actually noticed me. When this person appeared, his true origin vibrated slightly. The dust on his body immediately disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. At this time, a silver moon palace pattern was clearly exposed on his clothes. He definitely did not look more than 30 years old. He had a smile on his face, but there was anger and embarrassment in his eyes. Why are you here again? Master Bai Yun's expression was somewhat ugly. In fact, he had already noticed that someone was spying on him. He took this opportunity to vent his anger. He was indeed very angry that Ling Xiao killed Zhuolong. He even wanted to slap him to death. However, no matter how biased he was, he still had a bottom line. In the end, he could not do it. Moreover, Zhuolong was already dead. If Ling Xiao died as well, his loss would be great. In the end, he only regretted that he could not stop this life-and-death battle. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what he was thinking. He was also not interested in knowing. He was shocked that this person in black was so close to him, but he did not notice him. It was enough to show that this person was very strong. Thinking of the little Taoist boy saying that someone injured Master Baiyun a few days ago, there was no doubt that it was this person. He quickly distanced himself. Then, the figure of the blue-clothed woman he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range appeared in his mind. The reason was that both the blue-clothed woman and this person had a silver moon palace pattern on their clothes. Could they be disciples of the same sect? Moon palace pattern, Yuehua school. Master Baiyun was also a disciple of Yuehua school. This made sense. Martial uncle, you're old. It's a waste to keep such outstanding disciples. How about you give me 2? I don't want much, just 2. As he spoke, the black-robed man's gaze lingered on Ming Tian and Ling Xiao for a moment. Clearly, he wanted Ming Tian and Ling Xiao. Don't mention this again. I've already said that they are all my disciples. They will definitely be able to enter Yuehua school. There's no need for them to become your disciples. Grandmaster Baiyun waved his hand and said resolutely, at this moment, the 11 disciples, including Ling Xiao, were a little nervous. This young man who suddenly appeared should be stronger than Master Baiyun. Otherwise, with Grandmaster Baiyun's temperament, he would have already attacked. He would definitely not have stopped. What if you become my master's disciple? The black-clothed man said with a smile. Your master? Yes, my master. He entered Yuehua school at the same time as you, Martial Uncle Baiyun. However, your talent seems to be limited. You're only at Transcendent LV1 now. However, my master broke through the shackles of Transcendent LV9 3 years ago and successfully entered the celestial being realm. As he said this, the black-clothed man showed a very proud expression. He looked at Grandmaster Baiyun with a hint of mockery and disdain. As for whether his words would anger Grandmaster Baiyun, he didn't seem to care at all. Because he was stronger than Grandmaster Baiyun, and his master was stronger. What? He actually entered the celestial being realm? Grandmaster Baiyun's body shook violently. His face was extremely pale. Obviously, he couldn't accept this situation. Yes, after my master entered the celestial being realm, he successfully became an elder of Yuehua school. Now, he has a very powerful force in Yuehua school. The black-clothed man seemed to think that this wasn't enough, so he continued. Grandmaster Baiyun's face became even uglier. He knew very well what being an elder of Yuehua school meant. He also knew what being in the celestial being realm meant. Even if his disciples entered Yuehua school, as long as they were targeted by this man, they would be in endless trouble. Now, Martial Uncle Baiyun, you understand my painstaking efforts. Let the 2 of them go with me. My master can forget about the past grudges and spare your other disciples. The black-clothed man laughed. Humph! I don't believe Yuehua school can let him do whatever he wants. Grandmaster Baiyun snorted coldly. He seemed to have recovered some of his confidence. He couldn't, but his disciples were geniuses. They are really stubborn. Since I can't get them, I'll destroy them now. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with them after they enter the school. It was a very simple reason. If Ming Tian and Ling Xiao were not disciples of Yuehua school, he could kill them. But once the 2 of them joined Yuehua school, it would be very troublesome. It might even involve the internal struggle of the sect, which was very complicated. Therefore, the black-clothed man wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Ming Tian. Now was the best opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly approached Ling Xiao rapidly, and he was already prepared to kill him. However, the black-clothed man didn't expect that. A martial master at the late stage of the 8th level of the martial vein had sensed the danger before he moved and quickly avoided it. Huh! He let out a cry of surprise. When he was about to continue chasing, Grandmaster Baiyun had already pounced on him. If you want to kill them, you have to get through me first. Vital essence flowed in Grandmaster Baiyun's palms. He had exerted nearly 100% of his strength, trying to kill the black-clothed man on the spot with one blow. That's strange. Martial uncle, didn't you want to kill this guy just now? Facing Grandmaster Baiyun's full blow, the black-clothed man smiled and said. Then he casually raised his hand. A gloomy aura suddenly burst out and collided with Grandmaster Baiyun's blow. Boom! The terrifying aftershock spread out like an explosion. It actually shattered a pavilion on the life and death cliff. The ground was also directly flattened by the residual force. Fortunately, the others knew the terrifying power of the battle between Transcendent Realm warriors, so they hurriedly moved far away. Otherwise, they would definitely be smashed by the terrifying force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Grandmaster Baiyun didn't stop after his attack failed. He continued to attack continuously. His body was suspended in midair, which was completely different from the warriors below the Transcendent Realm. Generally, warriors below the Transcendent Realm could stay in midair for a while. However, as long as a Transcendent warrior had enough vital essence, it wasn't a problem for them to stay in midair for 15 minutes. Of course, there were also special cases. That was the kind of weirdo like Ling Xiao. However, he was a one-in-a-million monster after all. He couldn't be judged by common sense. At this moment, the two transcendent experts were continuously fighting in midair. The ground exploded from time to time. The entire life and death cliff was almost turned into a world of gravel and powder. A perfectly fine mountain was gradually flattened, just like that. Terrifying. Ling Xiao had been maintaining the soul entrancing state. His soul power was very powerful now. Even if he maintained the soul entrancing state, he could still maintain it. It was just that the consumption was relatively large. However, the situation was critical now. He couldn't care less. Under the state of soul imprint, only he was able to clearly see the situation of the battle. Not good. Chapter 233. Although Ling Xiao did not like Elder Baiyun, he had benefited from Elder Baiyun. Naturally, he did not want the old man to be defeated. Loss for the other black-clothed man. He disliked him the most. He was arrogant and rude, wanting to cripple someone easily. Did he think that the world belonged to him? Bang! Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Elder Baiyun's figure fell to the ground and fell heavily on the rock. I'm giving you face by calling you martial uncle. Don't be so shameless. On the other side, the black-clothed man appeared from the dust. Other than his clothes being slightly torn, there were no other injuries on his body. Obviously, he had the upper hand in this battle. He had completely crushed Elder Baiyun. Elder Baiyun lay there, his face as white as a sheet. He was almost completely drained of blood, and his aura had become much weaker. At this moment, even a martial vein level 8 martial master would be able to kill him easily. This scene shattered Elder Baiyun's legendary status in the hearts of the disciples. Although the Beast King Palace's disciple had injured Baiyun with a single punch, not many people knew about it because it had happened too suddenly. Therefore, the impact was not that great. However, it was different this time. The 11 disciples clearly saw that Elder Baiyun was severely injured. Who would have thought that Elder Baiyun, who was regarded as a martial arts legend, would be defeated so easily by a young martial artist who was not even 30 years old. Moreover, he was defeated so quickly and easily. Some people already had strange thoughts in their hearts. Even Ming Tian, who had been very confident and calm, was in a daze. His mind was in a mess. However, Elder Bai Yun was really pitiful. He was more biased towards the disciples of the Heavenly Endurance Academy, especially Ming Tian. However, when it came to the end, no one went over to help him. The disciples of the latent dragon camp did not have a good impression of this old man. In the end, this old man was too biased. He only had himself to blame for falling into such a situation. Ha 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 ha, martial uncle, you're still such a failure. You're dying, and no one is willing to help you. The black-clothed man laughed. Grandmaster Bai Yun was filled with sorrow, but he couldn't say anything. He could understand why the people from the latent dragon camp treated him like this. After all, he was the one who did things unfairly. However, Ming Tian didn't seem to care at all, which was what made him feel the most uncomfortable. Don't worry, martial uncle. I won't kill you. It's taboo to kill fellow disciples, but the black-robed man suddenly laughed evilly, and his body instantly appeared beside Ming Tian. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Zhuolung's corpse on the ground and muttered to himself, I originally wanted Ming Tian and Zhuolung, but I didn't expect that kid called Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Then he looked at Ming Tian and said with a smile, Did you see that? When I met you in private before, I told you that your master is really terrible. What are you trying to do? Ming Tian came back to his senses. He didn't have Ling Xiao's terrifying prediction skills and movement skills, so he knew that it was impossible for him to escape the black-clothed man's pursuit. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It would be too much of a pity to kill you. It's really rare to have potential that exceeds 7 stars. How about it? Have you thought it through and decided to come with me? The black-clothed man asked with a smile. Ming Tian didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he fell into silence. Boy, you should know that a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I'm sure that old man Bai Yun has told you that the so-called 9th layer martial vein is just the foundation of martial arts cultivation. It's called the martial vein realm in the sect. The black-clothed man continued. After opening 9 martial veins, you can smoothly enter the transcendent realm. It's the beginning of real martial arts cultivation, and this stage is also called the transcendent realm. Above the 9th layer martial vein realm is the 9th layer transcendent realm. After that, you can be considered a small achievement and advance to the heaven realm. The black-clothed man's words were very calm. However, Ling Xiao and the others were very shocked when they heard it. Ling Xiao thought that the transcendent realm was the strongest realm. He didn't expect that there was the heaven realm above the transcendent realm. What kind of realm was that? I know this, Ming Tian said. Honored Master did say that the martial vein realm is just to open up one's martial veins and build the foundation. It's not even considered a real martial artist. The transcendent realm is the beginning of real martial arts, transcending the shackles of the mortal world. You know it very well. Then you should understand that although you are now at the late stage of the 9th layer martial vein realm, in the end, you are just a low-level disciple who hasn't even reached the peak of the basic realm. When you enter the sect, you won't even be at the bottom, because your master, old man Bai Yun, is at the bottom. The black-clothed man mocked. If you follow your master, your greatest achievement in life will be to go from a low-level disciple to a low-level disciple. Do you really want to do that? Ling Xiao could tell that the black-clothed man was trying to persuade Ming Tian to follow him. However, this kind of temptation was really quite big. Anyway, he had been expelled from the sect by Bai Yun. If the black-clothed man was really willing to take him away, he didn't care. It could be seen from today's situation. Without power, you didn't even have the least bit of dignity. You didn't even have the right to choose the way to die. If the black-clothed man really wanted to kill someone today, among those present, only Ling Xiao would be able to escape. Everyone else would have to die. This was power, terrifying power, not to mention the people here. Even if the black-clothed man wanted to destroy Sky Cloud City, it would only take a moment. Thinking about this fact made one feel helpless, but this was the reality. Old Man Bai Yun, you're not denying my words, right? You can't even win me. How can you win my master? The black-clothed man looked at Master Bai Yun, who was struggling at death's door, and said, "You can't possibly destroy this genius's future just because of your own ideas, right?" Master Bai Yun didn't say a word. Reality forced him to not utter a single word. He didn't have the confidence to say anything now. Don't make things difficult for my master. Just tell me what you want. Ming Tian said loudly, "You still don't understand? Follow me back to Yuehua School. My master can let you become his official disciple directly. Your status will be much higher than ordinary outer disciples, and you'll be able to enter the inner door in the shortest time." The black-clothed man said, "Old Man Bai Yun is not even comparable to an ant in front of my master. What future can you have by following him?" When he said that, the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with crazed worship. Heaven realm. That was the realm above, the transcendent realm. And the transcendent realm required one to pass through the 9th level before they could be promoted to this realm. Cultivating at the martial vein level 9 was already tough enough. The difficulty of the transcendent realm level 9 was imaginable. Reaching the heaven realm, in the black-clothed man's eyes, was simply a godlike existence. Ming Tian's face obviously showed signs of wavering. He was considering the black-clothed man's suggestion. Opportunity knocks, but once. I'm only giving you a quarter of an hour to consider. If you miss it, you can forget about the future forever. The black-clothed man said indifferently, "My master, the flame deity, has a bad temper. He specifically asked me to take in a disciple. If I don't succeed, Chapter 234. Naruto, say yes. Master Bai Yun suddenly spoke. "Oh, a wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. You haven't lived in vain for so many years." The man in black laughed happily, hearing Master Bai Yun's words. The only shackle in Naruto's heart was removed. He had followed Master Bai Yun because he wanted to use him as a stepping stone to enter the 12 sects. This was something that was taught to him by the strongest ninja from the shinobi clan. He hesitated and didn't dare to say yes because he was afraid that Master Bai Yun would be angry, which would be detrimental to the ninja clan and him. Although the man in black said that Master Bai Yun was inferior to an ant, he was a transcendent after all. It would be easy for him to kill him. "I'm willing to be the flame deity's disciple." Naruto knelt down and said without hesitation, "Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. You're really smart." The man in black laughed and said, "Don't worry. You've made the most important choice in your life. Once you enter the Yuehua sect with your potential, you will be able to step into a more colorful world and even come into contact with the top geniuses of the other continents. You will become a martial arts legend in your area." The man in black's words were for Naruto and also for Ling Xiao. It wasn't enough to take Naruto back. He also wanted to take Ling Xiao back. He knew very well that what these young martial artists were looking forward to the most was to step into a more colorful world, to be able to come into contact with more and better martial arts, to be able to see what the world was like with their own eyes. In this sense, he succeeded. Ling Xiao was indeed tempted, If he became the flame deity's disciple, he wouldn't have to go to the outer sect to suffer. He could directly receive guidance from the flame deity. He would probably become an inner sect disciple soon. Then his cultivation would improve rapidly. It was absolutely possible for him to reach the celestial realm. In fact, from the moment he saw the woman in blue, he was full of curiosity about this world. How about that kid? Naruto said, yes. What about you? What's your choice? The man in black looked at Ling Xiao and asked, He, senior from Yuehua School, your offer is too tempting. In addition, Master Bayan has already expelled me from his school. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for me to follow you and join the Flame Deity's school. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but I don't believe it will be so simple. Although he was tempted by the black-clothed man's words, his intuition told him that things were not as good as they were described. Ha ha ha, smart, you're really smart. I'm starting to like you. The black-clothed man laughed and said, although your aptitude is not good, but with this intelligence, it would be good for you to follow by Master's side in the future. Ha ha, I don't have that ability. Senior, you should do it. I can see that you admire the flame deity a lot. Ling Xiao chuckled. Brat, you're really bold. Do you think I can't kill you? The black-clothed man frowned. What was that? Since he said it himself, he naturally understood that it was an insult. You really can't kill me. Ling Xiao was confident that as long as he didn't do anything stupid, the black-clothed man wouldn't be able to kill him. He, bold but careful. Moreover, you're both intelligent and courageous. Forget it. I won't bother with these trivial matters with you. You're right. If you want to join Empyrean Demon Flame's sect, you need to prove your loyalty. The black-clothed man chuckled. What kind of proof? Ling Xiao asked. Cut off something from old man Baiyun's body, such as his ears, nose, or eyes. The black-clothed man said calmly, I know you have a deep relationship with him, so I won't let you kill him to avoid making things difficult for you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this person a little too vicious? Although he really wanted to join Yuehua School and didn't like old man Baiyun, he really couldn't do such a thing. Hey Suo, you've gone too far. Master Baiyun couldn't help but curse. So what if I've gone too far? What can you do to me? Hey Suo sneered. I'm sorry. Although I don't like this old man, I don't have an irreconcilable hatred with him. Moreover, he saved my life before. I really can't do it. It seems that I really have no fate with the flame deity. Ling Xiao shrugged and gave up. Ming Tian, what about you? He Suo looked at Ming Tian coldly and said, you should know that this proof is necessary. After all, you're old man Baiyun's disciples. If you pretend to surrender, wouldn't Master be at a disadvantage? Ming Tian trembled and looked at Master Baiyun. At this moment, Master Baiyun was really desperate. If Ming Tian wanted to become the flame deity's disciple, he could still understand. But now, he really couldn't understand. He spent all his energy on cultivating Ming Tian and Zuolong, and even offended Ling Xiao and the others because of this. But in the end, this disciple that he wholeheartedly cultivated actually wanted to harm him. I'm sorry, Master. I'll borrow your ear. When this disciple's cultivation is successful, I'll repay you. Ming Tian walked towards Master Baiyun. Bastard, you bastard. Master Baiyun was so angry that he vomited blood. He was now seriously injured. If Ming Tian wanted to kill him, he could do it, let alone take his ear. Ha ha ha, well done, well done. A man with a small appetite is not a man without poison. You're a man who can achieve great things. I believe that soon you'll be proud of your choice. He Suo laughed happily. I can't take it anymore. Ming Tian, you bastard, you're not allowed to hurt Master. The first one to rush out and try to protect Master Bayun was Shirley. Unfortunately, before he could take a step forward, he was already sent flying. He Suo stood there without moving. Just the true yuan that spread out from his body was enough to seriously injure Shirley until he fainted. To be honest, if it wasn't for He Suo standing there, even the disciples of Heavenly Enduring Academy would despise Ming Tian's actions. They would also go up and stop him. However, He Suo stood there and made it clear that he would attack anyone who dared to stop Ming Tian. They, including the rest of the latent dragon camp, were powerless to stop him. Yuling, go save Shirley. Leave that old man to me. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't like old man Bayun and even felt disgusted. However, if he watched Ming Tian, a traitor who betrayed his master, cut off old man Bayun's ear, Ling Xiao, would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. This would become his inner demon. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Dai Yuling to save Shirley while he looked for an opportunity to save old man Bayun. It could be considered repaying the old man for saving his life. Ming Tian was truly a disappointment. Old man Bayun had invested almost all of his love into him, including personal guidance and a large amount of resources. However, in the end, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude. He even suspected that this guy's heart was black. If he, Ling Xiao, encountered such a situation, his heart would probably bleed. He might only have one chance to save old man Bayun. According to the calculations of his mountain river martial spirit, the success rate was only about 60%. Moreover, this process required the combination of the blood shadow martial spirit, cloud dragon divine travel, martial spirit, doppelganger, and mountain river martial spirit world. 60% is enough. Chapter 235. Just as Ming Tian approached Master Bayun, Ling Xiao moved. Novels, at the same time, He Suo also moved. He Suo had been keeping an eye on Ling Xiao. His master, the flame deity, had said that if he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it. Since Ling Xiao refused to go with him, then he could only kill him to prevent future troubles. However, in the next moment, he lost track of Ling Xiao. Even for a transcendent warrior, it was very difficult to find a person who had lost his aura and figure. At this moment, he didn't expect this at all. The moment of pause gave Ling Xiao the perfect opportunity to save Master Bayun. If you dare to leave, I'll kill everyone here. He Suo couldn't see Ling Xiao and couldn't sense Ling Xiao's existence, but he could use the others as hostages. To him, as long as they weren't from the Yuehua school, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Ling Xiao didn't dare to leave just like that. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Son of a B***TCH, you forced me to do this. In an instant, he communicated with Master Bayun and discussed something. Then, he knocked Master Bayun unconscious and threw him into the mountain river world. At this moment, Master Bayun's body was very weak, so he could do this. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for him to knock out a transcendent warrior. The reason why he knocked him out was to prevent the secret of the mountain river world from being exposed. Don't do it. I'll show myself. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the void, but it was impossible to tell where he was. It was really difficult for He Suo to determine Ling Xiao's location with his voice. You better hurry up or I'll do it. He Suo didn't care about the lives of the others. He cared about Ling Xiao the most. This kid was too cunning. If he left him alone, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. Therefore, he had to get rid of him. Okay, I'm out. Ling Xiao appeared. In that instant, He Suo pounced forward, absolutely not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. However, when he rushed over, he saw a black shadow being thrown at him. He thought it was a hidden weapon, so he casually blocked it. He didn't care at all. However, it was this block that caused great trouble. Boom! The terrifying explosion directly blasted He Suo's arm and half of his body into a bloody mess. A deep crater was blasted into the ground, and a thick, burnt smell wafted out. Oh my, it's so powerful! Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He suddenly thought of the sky-piercing strike that he had snatched from the Blue Eyes tribe. As long as there were enough low-grade spirit stones in this thing, it would be able to kill a 7th-level martial master. At this point, it wasn't of much use to him. Originally, he planned to leave this item in the Divine Sword sect after returning to the sect. But today, under He Suo's aggressiveness, he thought of something. When he was reading a book in the martial arts hall, the book recorded an accident during the experiment of the sky-piercing strike. It said that someone had put a large number of high-grade spirit stones in it, and as a result, the sky-piercing strike exploded, killing the experimenter. That person was a martial master at the peak of the 9th-level martial vein. Although he didn't know if this kind of explosion would be effective against transcendence, Ling Xiao felt that he could only give it a shot. His current strength was far from enough to deal with transcendence, so he could only rely on this kind of evil method. And a large number of high-grade spirit stones were obtained from Master Bai Yun. He originally thought that after this thing exploded, it would only be able to injure He Suo a little. However, he didn't expect the power to be so fierce. He Suo looked like he had been severely injured, and his situation might not be much better than Master Bai Yun's. The calmness from before was all gone. He Suo burst into a tragic cry, like a pig that had been shaved. "Ling Xiao, you're courting death." At this time, Ming Tian had completely decided to submit to the flame deity. Therefore, when he saw this situation, the first thing that came to his mind was to attack Ling Xiao. "Let me do it." Half of He Suo's body was badly mutilated, but after all, he had suffered external injuries and not internal injuries. Therefore, if he went all out, killing Ling Xiao was absolutely not a problem. At this time, he was so angry that he couldn't care about anything else. As an unrelated person, I advise you to go back and treat your injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you're an extraordinary warrior, your body will be crippled. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Then, an unfamiliar figure appeared at the scene. She was wearing a long purple dress and a veil wrapped around her face. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but her eyes were very clear and bright. "Soul Tribe." He Suo, who was about to rush out, stopped. He turned back and shouted at Ming Tian, "Take me away. Let's go back to Yuehua School." Although Ming Tian didn't know who this purple dress woman was, if He Suo was so afraid of her, he definitely couldn't afford to provoke her. Therefore, he hurriedly nodded, supported He Suo, and fled into the distance. "Ling Xiao, He Suo, will definitely take revenge for what happened today. It doesn't matter if you bring Yuehua School or not. I will kill you. By the way, tell old man Bai Yun that he can forget about returning to the sect for the rest of his life. It's enough for him to be an abandoned piece of trash. Also, my master will take good care of his daughter." Ha 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 ha. The person had already disappeared, but He Suo's voice remained. Everyone could understand the first part of the sentence. He Suo was an extraordinary warrior who was more powerful than Master Bai Yun. In the end, he was seriously injured by Ling Xiao here. If he didn't take revenge, it would probably become a thorn in his heart forever. However, everyone couldn't quite understand the second part of the sentence. However, if they thought about it carefully, they could think of something. It was likely that He Suo's master, the flame deity, really had a deep hatred for Master Bai Yun. This was probably an irreconcilable hatred. Otherwise, why would he be so heartless? However, Ling Xiao was very clear about what had happened. He had seen Master Bayun's diary in the inheritance hall, although the diary had been sealed using a special method. However, his mountain river martial soul had easily opened the seal. The contents of the diary were actually very simple. Master Bayun and the flame deity were actually cousins. Master Bayun's talent had always been stronger than the flame deities since he was young until he entered Yuehua school. This was because Master Bayun had a wisdom bone in his body. It was said that as long as he had this wisdom bone, his potential would be much stronger than ordinary warriors. However, on the night before the two of them entered Yuehua school, Master Bayun was knocked unconscious. His head was cut open, and the wisdom bone was removed. It was then implanted into the flame deity's body. Although their family later found out about this, what was done could not be undone. In addition, Master Bayun's parents didn't have a high status, so no one cared about this matter. They only treated Master Bayun's injuries and allowed him to continue studying at Yuehua school. However, the flame deity didn't pity Master Bayun because of this. Instead, his temperament changed drastically. He wanted nothing more than to trample Master Bayun under his feet. Master Bayun's tragedy was far from over. Later, Master Bayun married a wife at Yuehua school and gave birth to a daughter. However, on the night his wife gave birth, Master Bayun encountered an even more terrifying nightmare. Chapter 236. To this day, Master Bayun still didn't know that his wife had been killed by the flame deity, and his daughter had been snatched away by the flame deity. The reason why Ling Xiao hated Old Man Bayun, but didn't hate this person, was probably because of this tragic experience. This person was too pitiful. He had worked so hard to raise such an outstanding disciple, a top-notch genius. He wanted to use this opportunity to return to Yuehua school one day. After all, although he was still an outer sect disciple, he was basically exiled. If he didn't make any special contributions, he wouldn't be able to return to the sect. But in the end, it was all in vain. This disciple that he had spent so much effort on was easily snatched away by the other party. Not only that, but this disciple also wanted to cut off his ear as a sign of loyalty. Sigh, how could Ling Xiao not sympathize with such a pitiful person? After all, no matter what, other than being biased, this old man had not done anything too overboard to him. The flame deity was 1,000 times more disgusting than Old Man Bayun. Not only did he snatch someone else's wisdom bone, but he also trampled on someone else's dignity. He clearly wanted to play Old Man Bayun to death. It would be fine if there was a deep hatred between them, but the problem was that not only did Master Bayun not do anything wrong to the flame deity, but he was also very loyal to the flame deity before he joined Yuehua school. Mother asterisk her. Now, even I want to stand up for this Old Man Bayun. To be honest, he was only Master Bayun's disciple and didn't have any feelings for him. In addition, Master Bayun was biased, so he was a little disgusted by this old man. However, when he thought about the diary he had read, He Suo's words, and what he had done today, he had an extremely strong urge to do something. If there was a chance, he had to do something for this pitiful old man, and he probably had to do something now. Making a feud with He Suo was making a feud with the flame deity. Whether he admitted it or not, the flame deity would treat him as Master Bayun's disciple. It would be impossible for him to completely cut ties with Old Man Bayun in this life. So in fact, standing up for Old Man Bayun was also for his future. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao looked at the purple-dressed woman and cupped his hands. Haha, Senior, I'm not much older than you. The woman smiled, then waved her hand and said, He Suo's not to mention, even if I didn't arrive just now. With your movement technique, you might have exhausted him to death. You're flattering me. Since you're not much older than me, I'll call you Senior. You're really familiar with people. Forget it. I'm here today to take Yishui away. You have a good relationship with her, so you should help me persuade her. The woman in purple woman, you senior sister seniors. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, Sister, I don't seem to understand. Calm. U.T.'s right. The purple-dressed woman smiled and said, This time, elder sister, I came to take Yishui away for her own good. For her own good? Yes, she's from the soul race. She's not qualified to enter the 12 sects. You humans, ninjas, blue eyes, and barbarians were one family 100,000 years ago. But our soul race isn't. The purple-dressed woman continued, Think about it. You can enter the sects to improve your strength. What about her? That's right. But senior, you have to make me believe that you won't harm senior sister senior, right? Ling Xiao frowned. That's simple. Yishui, come over and take a look as well. Back then, something happened to the soul race. You were sent to Tianfeng City to be fostered. It was originally to seek refuge. Now that everything is over, it's time for you to return and inherit the family business. As the purple-dressed woman spoke, she took out a mirror. At this moment, Ling Yishui walked over. She and Ling Xiao looked into the mirror together. An image appeared in the mirror. This is a tool that only our soul race can create. It can seal memories inside and play them. The purple-dressed woman explained. From the image in the mirror, it could be seen that Ling Yishui's family had encountered a disaster. She was sent away to protect Ling Yishui. Now that her family had returned to normal, she naturally should go back. Is this all true? Ling Xiao still didn't dare to relax. It's true. It's all true. After Ling Yishui saw the entire image, her face was already covered in tears. These images completely unlocked the memories in her mind. It turned out that the powerful soul power in her body didn't belong to anyone else but her father. Since Ling Yishui said it was true, Ling Xiao didn't need to say anything. Senior sister, Yishui didn't have much lifespan because she forcefully increased her cultivation. I can see that, but it doesn't matter. What your 12 sects have, our soul race has. What your 12 sects don't have, our soul race has. It's very easy to let Yishui advance to the transcendent realm in a short period of time. The purple-dressed woman smiled. Then I'm relieved. Senior sister Yishui, although I miss you, it's clear that it's better for you to go back with this sister. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yishui and said, Junior brother, why don't you come with me to the soul race? You've offended He Suo and the flame deity. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the Yuehua school anymore. Ling Yishui said, Senior sister, you should know very well that the soul race's martial arts are very different from the human race's martial arts. I'll definitely go to the soul race, but not now. Ling Xiao said with a smile. As for He Suo and the flame deity, they're just stronger enemies. I've long been used to this kind of challenge. It's nothing. All right then. You must stay alive. Ling Yishui didn't speak much and didn't know how to say anything that moved her heart. Her thoughts were very simple. Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. He had already surpassed her by a lot. If this continued, she was afraid that she would never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. She wouldn't even have the qualifications to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, she wanted to return to the soul race and become stronger. Of course. Senior sister, you have to become stronger too. Who knows, I might need your protection when I go to the soul race in the future. Ling Xiao really couldn't bear to part with her, but he didn't show any reluctance on his face. This was because he knew very well what was best for Ling Yishui. Little brother, we'll meet again someday. The purple-dressed woman grabbed Ling Yishui's shoulder and instantly disappeared into the distance. Her speed was clearly faster than He Suo's. No wonder He Suo was so afraid of her. Ling Xiao, where's Master? At this moment, someone finally dared to ask about Master Bai Yun's whereabouts. Don't worry. I've hidden Master. I'm going to bring him back now. Ling Xiao concealed his figure and aura again. When he appeared again, Master Bai Yun was already on his back. At this moment, Master Bai Yun's aura was stable, and he was gradually recovering. It seemed like the Mountain River realm was really a treasure land. It actually had the effect of healing injuries. Although this passive recovery was still relatively slow, at least Old Man Bai Yun wouldn't die. Dai Yuling hurried over and used her medical skills to treat Master Bai Yun. Moments later, Master Bai Yun woke up. Although he was no longer in danger, his eyes were filled with darkness and despair. Chapter 237. Master, why are you still talking about that bastard? He Suo was injured by Ling Zhao's void-piercing strike, coupled with the appearance of the soul race experts. Those two fellows fled in a sorry state. Shi Lei also woke up at this time. This guy had a straightforward personality, but he was definitely a righteous and loyal young man. In his eyes, Ming Tian's actions were worse than a bastard's. Master Bai Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then returned to its previous gloominess. Ling Xiao, I don't have much to say. In short, I was blind. I only cared about talent and forgot about the most basic martial arts of a martial artist. I'm sorry for what I did to you. If you're willing, one of the 3 spots will definitely be yours. Although Master Bai Yun was still alive, his heart was completely dead. Therefore, there was no need for him to be courteous with Ling Xiao. These words were purely from the bottom of his heart. Sai, after offending He Suo, I can only accept this biased master of yours. Ling Xiao sighed. The atmosphere was slightly less oppressive because of his words. Master Bai Yun's mood seemed to have improved a little, but that despair was difficult to eliminate in a short period of time. Master, I think we should let everyone fight for the 3 spots. Otherwise, there will definitely be people who won't be convinced. Fate, you suddenly said. What's there to be convinced about? Ling Xiao killed Zuolong. Which one of you can do it? If it wasn't for him, even Master's ears would have been cut off by that bastard Ming Tian. You're still not convinced. Shi Lei roared. Then we can fight for the remaining 2 spots, right? Fei Yu also knew that no matter if it was Ling Zhao's strength or contributions, there was no need to doubt. There was no way to fight with him. Didn't you give 1 spot to an outsider? Zhu Hua asked. I won't give it up now because it's meaningless. Master Bai Yun explained. I told you before that the 3rd spot was given to someone else. Now, I can tell you who it was given to. It's the disciple of one of my senior brothers. The reason why I gave it to him was because I was afraid that you would be suppressed by the demonic flames in the Yuehua school. My senior brother is a transcendent stage 8 expert, so he should be able to protect you. However, as you all know now, Mo Yen is already a sky human realm expert. That senior brother of mine would definitely not dare offend him. Thus, this spot is now empty. Aside from Ling Xiao, everyone else should prepare to fight for it. Master, do you think the flame deity will make things difficult for us after we enter Yuehua school? Dai Yuling asked. With his personality, he definitely will. However, the few of you don't have much potential. That person is very conceited. As long as you don't perform well enough, he won't bother with you. Instead, keeping you around will make him feel superior. Grandmaster Bai Yun explained. From his words, one could tell how desperate Grandmaster Bai Yun was. He didn't believe that any of his remaining disciples would be able to make a name for themselves in Yuehua school. Even entering Yuehua school wouldn't be easy. Perhaps Ling Xiao could succeed. After all, that kid was very cunning and intelligent. However, if they wanted to perform well enough to attract the flame deity's attention, it would be impossible. Therefore, Grandmaster Bayun could only say that he had done his best and left the rest to fate. He would just treat it as a little compensation for his disciples after going through this disaster. As for his disciples, they were also considering the choice they would face next. Even if they were recommended to enter Yuehua school, would it really be a good thing? What they would face in the future might be suppression and difficulties from the flame deity and his henchmen. Although it might not be too excessive, they definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate normally like the other disciples. This path of cultivation would be full of thorns, and it would be very difficult. It could be said to be hell mode. In Heavenly Ninja Academy, after careful consideration, the 5 people chose to leave. They didn't want to be tied to this broken warship by Grandmaster Bayun. As long as they returned to the Ninja Academy, they would have other opportunities to join other sections. This path was too unwise for them. Well, it seems like there's no competition now. Ling Xiao already has a spot, Ling Yishua left, and I'm from the Elephant Clan. I'm not qualified to enter the 12 sects. I'll probably have to leave soon. The only ones left are Dai Yuling and Cold Plum. Shirley smiled and said, "You two are really lucky. However, you have to think carefully about the difficulties you'll have to go through. If you really don't want to go, come with me to the Elephant Clan. I still have some power there. I can guarantee that you'll get enough cultivation resources, but it might not be as good as the 12 sects. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Shur. I really want to see how far I can go on this path of cultivation under the suppression of the other party. Anyway, I can't let that bastard Naruto be so proud." Although Dai Yuling was a girl, she was very decisive and never hesitant. "I'll go wherever young master goes." Cold Plum's answer was even simpler. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Of course I'll go to the Yuehua school. Otherwise, Heisua and the flame deity will be disappointed." He didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. This was because he realized that the greater the pressure and the more difficulties there were, the more the potential of the mountain river martial soul would be stimulated. With so many benefits, how could he give it up? Grandmaster Bayun saw the expressions of these disciples, and a smile finally appeared on his face. However, what followed was a helpless sigh. He was very clear about the hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness of young people. However, as an experienced person, he was very clear that such a choice wasn't optimistic or smart. The reason why he didn't say it was because he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of his disciples. Hopefully, a miracle would happen. All right, since the quota has been decided, the 3 of you can go and rest first. Ling Xiao, you stay for a while. I have something to tell you. Perhaps because of the setback, Grandmaster Bayun was more amiable than before. It was as if he was about to say his last words. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." After Shirley and the others left, Grandmaster Bayun looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Have you read the diary in the technique hall?" Ling Xiao nodded a little awkwardly and said, "Yes. Since you've read it, you should know about my past." Grandmaster Bayun sighed and said, "To be honest, I nurtured Mingtian and Zui Lung with impure intentions. I hoped that they could surpass the flame deity and avenge me." Understandable. Ling Xiao didn't think much of it. It was right and proper for a disciple to avenge his master. If Master Bayun treated him well enough, like how he treated Mingtian and Zuolung, he would definitely not shirk his responsibility. Mo Yen took away my wisdom bone and is suspected of killing my wife and daughter. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Grandmaster Bayun smiled helplessly and said, "Unfortunately, revenge is an extravagant hope. Everything is over." "Master, you still don't know that your daughter is not dead, right?" Ling Xiao was considering whether to tell Grandmaster Bayun about this. After all, it would be like rubbing salt on Grandmaster Bayun's wound. However, after some consideration, he decided to tell him because he realized that Grandmaster Bayun had suicidal tendencies. Once a person's heart was dead, it was very likely that he would commit suicide. Although telling him this would make Grandmaster Bayun suffer more, it might save his life. Not dead. Who told you? Grandmaster Bayun asked in surprise. Hey, Sua. Chapter 238. Ling Zhao's words made Master Bayun's originally gloomy eyes finally brighten up. Lahi's daughter was not dead yet. This might be his last hope to live. Ling Zhao. Master Bayun was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he pressed Ling Zhao's shoulder with both hands and said, Help me save my daughter. I'm willing to exchange everything for it. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. He couldn't do it. He would never be able to get his wisdom bone back, let alone save his daughter. Because his aptitude had reached its limit, his heart was not as strong as before. He needed a younger, more talented, and smarter person to help him. Master, my potential isn't that high. I might not even be able to defeat Ming Tian, let alone heavenly venerate demon flame. Ling Zhao said lightly. No, even if it's only a slim chance, I'm willing to gamble. My daughter must not fall into the hands of that beast. Absolutely not. Master Bayun certainly knew that Ling Zhao's potential was not as good as Ming Tian's. He did not expect this matter to succeed. But in his opinion, Ling Zhao was a very cunning person. He had already created many unbelievable miracles. Maybe there was still a chance. Ling Zhao listened to Master Bayun's words and laughed in his heart. A slim chance. Did this mean that there was not even a 10% chance? Master, you may not be underestimating me, Ling Zhao, not to mention that my potential is not inferior to his. Even if I'm really less than 5 stars like you think, killing him is still more than a slim chance. As for the flame deity, the celestial realm did sound very scary, and people did not dare to look up. But from the first level of the martial vein to the late stage of the 8th level, Ling Zhao had experienced too many things. He believed that he would be able to advance to the celestial realm sooner or later. The flame deity, what did he have to fear? Did you cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body? Master Bayun suddenly asked. Ling Zhao knew that this matter could not be hidden from this master, so he did not lie. Instead, he nodded and said, Yes, I just broke through to the 3rd level. You have already cultivated to the 3rd level. The heavenly dragon golden body is only at the 6th level. You really surprised me. Master Bayun exclaimed. Master, you flatter me. No. I'm not exaggerating. You have to know that the heavenly dragon golden body exists in the Yuehua sect as well. However, none of the disciples managed to cultivate it to level 3 and above. Master Bayun shook his head and said, Only by cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body to the 6th level can you obtain the Dragon Emperor's protective body art, which is even stronger than the other 2. Until now, no one in the Yuehua sect had ever succeeded in cultivating this set of defensive martial arts, and you may be the first. At this point, even Master Bayun's face had a touch of ecstasy. Although he had never seen the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, he knew very well how terrifying this defensive martial art was. Once successfully cultivated, even a celestial realm expert would not be able to do anything to Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao was shocked. He thought that the heavenly dragon golden body was already a high-level martial art among the master-level martial arts. He did not expect that there was a stronger martial art in the same series. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's protective armor was the final form of this defensive martial art? But what level of martial art would it be? Could it be that there was a more powerful secret martial art above the master level? Of course, if you want to get the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, You must become one of the best among the inner disciples of Yuehua school. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to learn this martial art. That shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, if Ming Tian can become an inner disciple of Yuehua school, I will only be stronger than him. Where did you get such confidence? Master Baiyan was very puzzled. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao said, Master, has your 7-star flower grown? He had thought about it. Before entering Yuehua school, he must make Master Baiyan have expectations of him. Then, Master Baiyan would focus on him, like how he treated Ming Tian. In this way, his improvement should be faster. The best way to do this was to let Master Baiyan see his true potential. Master Baiyan was stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, it has grown into 7 flowers. Why do you ask? Do you want to test it again? That's what I want to do. Ling Xiao thought to himself, you didn't really test my potential before. You said that I can't do it. If I test it again, I'm afraid you won't have any hope. You won't give me the best thing, right? Master Baiyan looked at Ling Xiao. Although he did not know what this kid was thinking since the relationship between them had improved, he had to give it his all. Since he had placed his hopes of revenge and saving his daughter on this kid, he decided to test it again. Thinking of this, he took out the 7-star flower. Ling Xiao cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Buzz! At that moment, the 7-star flower shone brightly. 1 flower lit up with 3 colors. 2 flowers lit up with 3 colors. Then 3 flowers, 4 flowers, 5 flowers. During the last test, because the 7-star flower was broken, there were only 4 flowers. Therefore, the situation could not be seen at all. At that time, Master Baiyan's evaluation of Ling Xiao was that his 3 potentials had reached 9 out of 4 stars, the same as Dai Yuling's. But today, 5 flowers lit up at once, and they were all 3 colors. This shocked Master Baiyan. Your potential is actually 3 colors and 5 stars. I really misjudged you. It seems that you have broken away from the mortal body and advanced to the treasure body, Master Baiyan said excitedly. Although there was still a big gap between his potential and Ming Tian's and Zhuo Leng's, after all, he already had the absolute qualifications to advance to the master state. At this moment, there was more spirit in his eyes that were originally filled with despair. He was even more excited than when he heard that his daughter was still alive. Master, why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao smiled. The colors of the 7-star flower continued to change. 6 flowers, 7 flowers, 7 stars, and it's all 7 stars. This is incredible. Your potential is even stronger than Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. I really was blind. Why didn't I listen to Lin Zai's words? I really regret it. Master Baiyan's whole body was trembling. He had never seen someone with such potential at the peak of 7 stars. Even Empyrean Demon Flame couldn't achieve this. Master, you don't have to regret it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, let bygones be bygones. The reason why I am willing to take the test again today is to tell you that I still have a high chance of completing the task you gave me. I just don't know what benefits you can give me. Don't worry. As long as I can give you something, I will give it all to you. Master Baiyan had never been as anxious as he was now. He really wanted to go back in time so that he could pass on his lost knowledge to Ling Xiao. Chapter 239. Knowing Ling Xiao's true aptitude, Master Baiyan really did his best to cultivate him. Although a lot of resources were wasted on Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng because Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng did not focus on cultivating their bodies, there were still about 10 Qian Yuan bone-changing pills, in addition to nearly 500 mid-grade spirit stones and about 100 high-grade spirit stones. It was definitely enough for Ling Xiao to improve his cultivation before going to Yuehua school. With the Qian Yuan bone-changing pills, Ling Xiao naturally focused on the cultivation of Sky Dragon Golden Body. The two doppelgangers respectively cultivated Divine Prison King Fist and Snow Lotus Sword Art. Needless to say, Divine Prison King Fist was currently his strongest barehanded attack, and once it was cultivated to perfection, it would automatically evolve into a transcendent martial art. Snow Lotus Sword Art focused on comprehension, so pills were not of much help. It was enough to let his doppelgangers slowly comprehend it. His main body was naturally focused on the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Ever since he learned that there was still the Dragon Emperor's protective armor above the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he was even more motivated to cultivate. This time, Master Bai Yun had been guarding him. So Ling Xiao had the courage to take 3 Qian Yuan bone-changing pills at once. Even if something happened during the process, there was a transcendent martial artist to help him, so there was no need to be afraid. This was the advantage of having a master. The Qian Yuan bone-changing pills effect was very overbearing. One pill could make people want to die. After using it, the whole body's bones would be shattered and reborn. That kind of pain really made people feel like they were better off dead. Taking 3 pills at once, the effect was naturally even more terrifying. Most people would not dare to do so. But Ling Xiao not only cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, but he could also use gold to repair his body. Moreover, he also cultivated the Sky Dragon golden body to the 3rd level, so his injury recovery speed was much faster. In addition, Master Bai Yun, a transcendent martial artist, was guarding him, so he dared to go crazy. 3 days later, with the help of Master Bai Yun, he successfully went through a hellish torture and finally completely dissolved the terrifying effect of the Qian Yuan bone-changing pill. But to fully absorb and digest it, it would still take a period of time. At this time, Master Bai Yun had already left because what Ling Xiao needed to do next was to absorb the remaining effect of the pill and recover his body. There was not much point for him to stay here. Shi Lei had left Sky Cloud City yesterday, and he should have returned to the Elephant Clan. Dai Yuling and Lung Mei were both at the critical moment of improving their cultivation. He couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, so he went out to stand guard for them. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes he had made in the past, so he tried his best to ensure that he could be extremely benevolent to his enemies. The effects of 3 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills were truly astonishing. It directly allowed Ling Xiao's Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to advance to the peak of the 3rd level. It Qian Yuan to you, it would not to breakthrough body. He still had 7 or 8 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills. If he used all of them, he would be able to break through. However, he couldn't rush it yet. He had to wait for his body to adapt to his current level of toughness before he could take his time. He was anxious to raise his ability, but he also understood that some things could not be rushed. Besides that, the additional benefit of these 3 Qian Yuan bone-changing pills was that his cultivation had already advanced from the late stage of the 8th level to the peak of the 8th level. He was getting closer to the 9th level of the martial vein. There were only 20 days left before Yuehua School's enrollment expansion. Master Bai Yun said that it would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush from Sky Cloud City to Yuehua School. If something happened along the way, it might take even longer. So he reminded the 3 disciples to set off 10 days earlier. Now Ling Xiao only had 10 days left to raise his cultivation. In these 10 days, Ling Xiao tried his best to consolidate the cultivation of the Sky Dragon Golden Body. At the same time, he continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Sword skill and God Prison King's Fist. 9 days later, Ling Xiao felt that his body had already adapted to the peak of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, and he had finally comprehended the 3rd move of the God Prison King's Fist. Impermanence twist. When he executed the palm technique, his soul power would automatically cooperate and cause the enemy to hallucinate, as if they were being chased by the black and white impermanence from hell. This palm technique was still able to cause physical and mental torture to the enemy. This terrifying effect was something that many extraordinary martial arts could not achieve. In addition, after absorbing the experience of the extraordinary martial arts displayed by He Suo and Master Bai Yun during the battle, he had finally successfully condensed the second move, melting water. The first move, flying snow, was extremely fast and had a good freezing effect. The second move, melting water, was able to form a strange force field, causing the opponent to lose their balance and state. It could be said that once this move was executed, the weaker opponents would not even be able to get close to him. In addition, Ling Xiao had an unexpected gain. The number of golden dragon cells in his body had already reached 20. In other words, just relying on these 20 golden dragon cells, he had an extra 2,000 pounds of strength compared to the average practitioner. This was simply heaven-defying for practitioners below the extraordinary martial arts realm. One had to know that even Master Bai Yun, who had just broken through to the extraordinary martial arts realm, did not have more than 10,000 pounds of strength. What did it mean to have an extra 2,000 pounds of strength? After coming out of seclusion with satisfaction, Ling Xiao went to find Master Bai Yun. At this time, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum were still in seclusion. According to Master Bai Yun, Dai Yuling had broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein realm, and Cold Plum had also advanced to the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein realm. They should be coming out of seclusion soon and should be consolidating their cultivation. Ling Xiao was very happy with the progress of his two friends. Master, disciple has some questions. I hope Master can answer them. Ling Xiao saw that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum had not come out of seclusion and could not go to Yuehua school now, so he took the opportunity to ask some questions in his heart. Oh, tell me. Master Bai Yun's complexion was gradually recovering, and his spirit was much better. Although his 7-star aptitude was not the best in the 12 sects, it was enough as long as he was stronger than Ming Tian and the Flame Deity. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao could help him do what he wanted to do, but could not. Master, you said before that there is a stronger Dragon Emperor protective art above Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, but disciple does not understand. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body is already a transcendent martial art, and it should be one of the stronger transcendent martial arts. Why is there a stronger defensive martial art above it? Master Bai Yun smiled and said, "That's a good question. Well, those two kids have also come out of seclusion. Let's talk about it when they arrive." Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. After a while, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Master Bai Yun gestured for the two to sit down, and then said, "In your opinion, are there two types of martial arts, secular martial arts and transcendent martial arts?" The three of them nodded. Chapter 240, Master Bai Yun said with a smile. The real complete martial arts actually starts from the extraordinary martial arts that you mentioned. This is called gold grade martial arts in the sect. Above it, there are 3 grades: jade grade, celestial grade, and divine grade. It can't be. Most of the martial arts that we worked so hard to cultivate are actually incomplete. Dai Yuling was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was not surprised. In fact, he had already noticed this. When the Mountain River martial spirit analyzed and practiced these martial arts, it had already given him a reminder. However, the Mountain River martial spirit did not know what the complete version of these martial arts were. Therefore, he could only cultivate it first. Although it was an emasculated or simplified version of the martial arts, it should not be considered incomplete. It was just more suitable for ordinary people to cultivate. It was just that the degree of complexity was different, and the level that could be cultivated was different. It was estimated that when Ling Xiao entered the sect in the future, he might encounter many martial arts that he had cultivated before. However, the level of these martial arts would be completely different. Gold grade, jade grade, celestial grade, and divine grade. These were the real grades of martial arts. That's right, immortal grade and divine grade martial arts currently do not exist in the heavenly dragon continent. The human world once encountered a catastrophe. These two types of martial arts disappeared along with martial spirits. Martial spirits can still be awakened, but I'm afraid that such high-level martial arts can only be found in other continents. Master Baiyun said with pity, "Well, Ling Xiao, this is the end of the question. Actually, I don't know much about these things. After you join the Yuehua school, I'm afraid you will get more information and materials than I do. Maybe I will need your help." Master Baiyun changed the topic and said, "Next, we will go to the Yuehua school. Before we go, there are some things that I need to tell you. This will be very important to you." Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum knew very well that Master Baiyun was going to impart his experience. After all, Master Baiyun had been in the Yuehua school before. Although he was a failure, the more failures he had, the more experience he would gain. There was no harm in listening to him. The three of them listened very carefully, because this might be related to their future path of martial arts. If you're lucky enough to enter Yuehua school, the first thing you have to do is to keep a low profile and work hard on your cultivation. The status of an outer sect disciple is very low, although the sect has a rule that forbids inner sect disciples from killing each other. If an outer sect disciple is crippled, there won't be any problems. The higher-ups won't even look into it. What I mean is, try not to show off in the outer sect. Instead, try to keep a low profile until you become an inner sect disciple. The three of them understood Grandmaster Baiyun's words. After all, the flame deity had a very high status. If he saw that Grandmaster Baiyun's disciples were all trash, he would probably be happy to keep them. When he was unhappy, he could trample on them for fun. If his aptitude was too good, then he might really trigger the flame deity's killing intent. At that time, it would be very easy for them to be accidentally killed. Once you become an inner sect disciple, your status in the sect will greatly increase. At that time, you have to show off your strength as much as possible. The better your aptitude and the stronger your strength, the more protection you will receive from the sect. At that time, even the flame deity won't dare to touch you easily. Ling Xiao nodded. According to his experience in the Ling family, this was indeed true. There's another thing you have to pay attention to. Once your aptitude is exposed, don't be arrogant. At that time, if there are elders or powerhouses of the same level who want to rope you in, you can join them if you think it's enough. Grandmaster Baiyun suddenly became serious. This is very important. I've seen many geniuses who were extremely arrogant. They didn't give face to anyone and didn't put anyone in their eyes. In the end, not long after, they died in the middle of a mission. Although they were killed by external enemies, it was obvious that no one was willing to help them. Not only would that not help them, but it would also increase the number of enemies. One Empyrean demon flame is already enough for you to deal with. If there's an elder-level enemy, you're dead for sure. So, you must remember, no matter what, you must always learn to pick a side. Being neutral in the sect is the stupidest thing to do, especially when you already have enemies. Remember all of this? Yes. In fact, what Grandmaster Baiyun said was something that Ling Xiao had experienced personally. This was the way he survived in the Ling family. First, he hid his strength and bided his time. Then, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Then, he found second Masterling to back him up. After going to the Yuehua school, although the place was bigger and the opponents were stronger, the things he had to do didn't change. Okay, since you've remembered it, pack up a little and set off immediately. Time waits for no one. The earlier we get there, the earlier we can prepare. Grandmaster Baiyun stood up and said, "Yes, Grandmaster." Ling Xiao and the other two returned to their rooms and packed up a little. Then they went back to bid farewell to the Baiyun monastery master and Lin Zhe. Because time was tight, no one said much. Before leaving, Lin Zhe and the Baiyun monastery master gave the three of them the spiritual stones and true elemental pills that they had painstakingly accumulated. There were low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spiritual stones. Most of the true elemental pills were low-grade, but they were very effective in recovering true elemental pills. After that, the three of them returned to the Baiyun monastery and followed Grandmaster Baiyun to the Yuehua school. The three of them didn't take a carriage or ride a horse. Instead, they chose to walk. Based on their light body techniques, their speed was much faster than a 1,000-mile horse. It was even faster than some demonic beasts, plus the true elemental pills, which could recover their true elemental pills. With a little rest, they could travel 1,000 miles in a day easily. Yuehua School was thousands of miles away from Sky Cloud City. Based on the three of them's speed, they estimated that they would take 7 to 8 days to reach. This was the reason why Grandmaster Baiyun was in a hurry to set off. 7 days passed by quickly, and they didn't meet with any trouble along the way. After all, they had the Transcendents following them. If they met any ordinary demonic beasts, they could easily get rid of them. On the morning of the 8th day, the sky was still dark. The four of them arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The sky had just turned white, and with the help of the faint light, they could see that this place was like a paradise on earth. Heavens! Is this where Yuehua School is located? The air here makes one feel energetic, as if there's some miraculous healing effect. Dai Yuling couldn't help but sigh, and the entire mountain is filled with spiritual herbs. These are hard to find in places where ordinary people live. This is just the border. There's another 100 miles, or so before we reach the foot of the mountain where Yuehua School is located. When we reach there, you will understand why the hidden sects are so fascinating to practitioners. Grandmaster Baiyun smiled and increased his speed as he rushed forward. Although the journey here was treacherous and there were many places with steep cliffs, but to him and the other three, it wasn't much. Chapter 241. As far as the eye could see, there was a long flight of stairs. There were thousands of stone steps. At the foot of the mountain was the huge plaque of Yuehua School. There were disciples guarding it all year round. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. As for the other directions of Yuehua Mountain, they were really steep cliffs. Even ordinary birds couldn't fly over them, let alone martial artists. Therefore, there was only one way to enter Yuehua Mountain, unless you reached the celestial realm and could really fly. Otherwise, even if you had a flying-type martial soul, you couldn't cross it because the quality of the energy in your body was too poor. Let's go. We're already late. Master Baiyun was originally afraid that they would be late, so he asked his disciples to set off 10 days in advance. However, when they arrived, they found that there were already hundreds of people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Among them, those under the age of 20 should be the geniuses who came to participate in the exam. As for those over the age of 20, they were probably accompanying these young people. After all, the journey was dangerous. Ling Xiao and the other two followed Master Baiyun to the foot of the mountain. "Old man Baiyun, how have you been?" Su Ling. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they heard someone calling Master Baiyun's name in a very disrespectful tone. Master Baiyun looked up and couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xiao also looked at that person. This person was about 40 years old. His cultivation was probably not inferior to Master Bayun's. In fact, the most surprising thing was that there were 4 people standing beside him. 3 of them were familiar faces. Zhuhua Jiawu Luxing. As for the other person, he was very unfamiliar. He looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was dressed very gorgeously. Looking at his cultivation, he was actually much stronger than the other 3. He was already at the early 9th level of the martial vein. His aptitude seemed to be on par with Ming Tian and Zuo Leng. Ling Xiao knew about Su Ling. On the way to Yuehua School, Master Baiyun gave them a brief introduction of the current situation of the Tianlong continent, especially the general situation of the transcendent warriors. Su Ling was the only transcendent warrior in the ninja clan. The young girl at the early 9th level of the martial vein was his daughter, Su Ying. In Shinobi, Su Ling is the imperial family, the true successor of Su Dao. What was interesting was that Su Ling was also a disciple of Yuehua School, but his status was higher than Master Baiyun's, so he had 4 recommendations. Old man Baiyun, there's no need to be so agitated. You and I did have some grudges in the past, but since the sect is expanding, we belong to the disadvantaged group. It's better to cooperate sincerely. I won't introduce the other 3. This is my daughter, Su Ying. Her potential isn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zuo Leng. As he spoke, Su Ling was rather proud of himself. Originally, he was hesitant about who to recommend. Who would have thought that White Cloud would be targeted by the flame deity, which led to the departure of several ninja clans' disciples. Although Zhu Hua, Jia Wu, and Lu Xing's potential couldn't compare to Su Ying's, since they were recruiting, they should still have a chance of entering the sect. There were actually quite a few people who harbored such thoughts. Ling Xiao casually glanced around. Among the youths at the foot of the mountain, the oldest was just 20 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. The strongest was already at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, but he was already 20 years old. The weakest was at the 7th level of the martial vein, and these children were only 12 or 13 years old. In other words, they came to participate in the exam to compete for potential, not strength. Facing these geniuses, Ling Xiao didn't have any emotional fluctuations. He was only 14 years old and was already at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and this was because he had delayed for more than a decade. The real cultivation began when he was 13 years old. Otherwise, his cultivation would have been heaven-defying. After all, it had only been a little more than a year, and he had advanced from the 1st level of the martial vein to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. In terms of potential, he wasn't afraid of anyone. All of these youths were basically geniuses gathered by the Yuehua School's outer disciples. Because the Yuehua School's territory was in northern Han, most of the geniuses came from northern Han. There were also some geniuses from the ninja clan, the Jadeite clan, and the barbarian clan. Of course, there were also geniuses from other countries of the sacred dynasty. It was just that their numbers were relatively small. The 4 princes and 1 princess of northern Han have all come. I wonder how many of them will be chosen. Dai Yuling pointed at a few people surrounded by the crowd. Ling Xiao followed his finger and looked. In the crowd, there were indeed 5 people dressed gorgeously and filled with the aura of nobility. These 5 people were between 14 and 18 years old, and all of them met the age requirements. Among the 5, the most eye-catching one was naturally the beautiful princess, Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi and Ling Xiao were similar in age and cultivation. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, which meant that their potential wasn't bad. Of course, the 5 of them were the most eye-catching, but their potential and cultivation weren't the strongest. Ling Xiao glanced at them and ignored them, continuing to observe the rest of the people. Under the soul entrancing state, he could easily determine the potential of these people. Among these people, there were two with the best potential. One was Su Ying, and the other was the third prince of Northern Han, Zhao Ji. The potential of these two people didn't lose to Ming Tian and Zuolong. Sure enough, outside of Baiyun province, there were too many geniuses. Even so, Ling Xiao only secretly remembered them in his heart and didn't feel much emotion. Zuolong had already been killed by him. Potential was a part of it, but battle technique was equally important. Otherwise, the result would be the same as Zuolong's. Not to mention that his potential wasn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zuolong. Even if it was worse, he had nothing to be afraid of. Sometimes living a long life was more important than potential. Humph, Su Ling, stop pretending in front of this old man. Who doesn't know that you frequently flatter that Mo Yen? No wonder these three juniors were willing to follow you. They don't need to be suppressed by Mo Yen. Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted. Although he could understand the choice of Zhu Hua and the other two, he still felt extremely unhappy. Which master could tolerate their own disciples betraying the sect? The fact that he didn't kill them was already very restrained. This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. You don't flatter, but wasn't your best disciple, Ming Tian, taken away by the flame deity? Su Ling ridiculed. Humph. Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted and didn't explain anything. He didn't want to expose Ling Zhao's potential. It didn't matter even if he had to suffer some anger. Su Ling smiled and suddenly turned his gaze to Ling Xiao. This kid is the one who killed Zuolong, right? That's right, it's me, Ling Xiao said with a nod. There was nothing to hide, and it couldn't be hidden. Good, very good. You even dared to kill Zuolong. You're really something. My dear daughter, you must recognize him. He is the one who killed your fiancé. Chapter 242. Understood, father. Su Ying nodded and then looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with resentment and coldness. Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently and did not say anything. He and Zuolong fought fair and square. There were no sneak attacks or tricks. Moreover, it was a life and death battle on the life and death cliff. They even signed a life and death contract. Zuolong wanted to kill him, but was killed by him instead. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, nor did he feel any sympathy. I will definitely kill you. Su Ying's words were very direct and did not beat around the bush. Zuolong also said the same thing, but the one lying in the coffin is him, not me. Ling Xiao said in a tit-for-tat manner. His current target was no longer the so-called geniuses like Ming Tian, Su Ying, and Zhao Ji. His target was He Suo, the flame deity, and the other geniuses of the previous generation. To put it bluntly, he did not put his peers in his eyes. If he could not even surpass these people, how could he surpass the senior experts? What a big tone. I wonder how many stars little brother's potential is. Su Ling asked with a smile. 5 stars. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He planned to hide the matter of his potential a little. In any case, this potential was something he could control. As long as he did not circulate his mountain and river martial spirit, his potential was 5 stars. It was enough for him to pass the Yuehua School's potential assessment. Humph, a mere 5 stars talent dares to boast shamelessly. What a joke. Su Ying's face revealed an intense disdain. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He was too lazy to bicker with her. He had encountered this kind of thing many times and had gradually gotten used to it. There were too many people, and the waiting time for the identity verification was also very long. After all, the Yuehua School did not want spies from other sects to sneak in. During this long period of waiting, Unexpected things were bound to happen. Assassin! Quickly catch the assassin! Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Ling Xiao looked at the place where the sound came from. It was the location of the 4 princes and 1 princess of Northern Han. At this moment, a glaring wound could be seen on the first prince's throat. His throat had already been cut. It looked like he was about to die. Even if it was Ling Xiao, once his throat was cut, he would not be able to survive. The first prince's strength was not low. He was at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. In the crowd, a black shadow quickly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao could stop this person, but he didn't move. Northern Han's imperial family was too far away from him. There was no need for him to meddle in their affairs. However, he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to assassinate a prince of Northern Han at the foot of the Yuehua mountain. Indeed, it was as He Suo had said. As long as one did not join the Yuehua sect, he would dare to kill. Where the third prince, Zhao Ji, had unexpectedly discovered the assassin. This was really rare. This Zhao Ji really does have some ability. Zhao Ji's figure flashed. His speed was as fast as a gale. In the blink of an eye, he was near the assassin. Seeing that he could not escape, the assassin turned around and attacked. Zhao Ji was 16 years old. His cultivation was at the late 9th layer martial vein. He was almost the same as Mingtian a month ago. That assassin was also at the late 9th layer martial vein. His strength was definitely not ordinary. However, the two of them had only exchanged 3 blows. Zhao Ji's terrifying kick set the assassin's body ablaze. In an instant, only his bones were left. Frightening. This fellow is simply a second Mingtian. No, his potential might be even more terrifying than Mingtian's. Ling Xiao inwardly thought, "There is always someone better than you." This saying was not wrong. However, Zhao Ji's luck was not as good as Mingtian's. Mingtian had already been nurtured by the flame deity. In a month's time, it was unknown how much progress he would have made. Is that the strength of Northern Han's third prince? Zhao Ji, I'm afraid that he will definitely take first place in this Yuehua School's examination. That's right. This person is proficient in leg techniques. His leg techniques are extremely domineering. Among the princes and princesses, he is the strongest, as expected of His Highness. He is too powerful. The discussions rose and fell one after another. The third prince, Zhao Ji, was very pleased. He had also successfully become a thorn in the side of various geniuses. However, it was likely that he was not afraid of being viewed with hostility. The more others viewed him with hostility, the happier he would be. Speaking of this expansion examination, it was actually not complicated. The examination was divided into 4 sections. Each section would have a score. In the end, qualified disciples would be selected according to the score. Potential was only one of the sections. However, it accounted for a relatively large proportion. Out of the 4 sections, the full score for the other 3 sections was 10 points. Only potential had a full score of 30 points. Potential accounted for 50% of the total score. In other words, geniuses with good potential would naturally have a huge advantage. At present, it was still unclear how many disciples the Yuehua School would be recruiting. As a result, Ling Xiao did not dare to conceal his strength. As for potential, he decided that it would be fine if his score was not too high or too low. Otherwise, if his total score did not meet the requirements, he would be asking for trouble. If the Yuehua School wanted to recruit 100 disciples, then he only needed to score within the top 100. However, if the school only recruited 10 disciples, then his total score would have to be within the top 10. However, the total number of disciples recruited would likely be announced before the examination began. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Naturally, this information was given to him by Grandmaster Bai Yun. Before the enrollment expansion, the Yuehua School's examination would normally only recruit 10 disciples. Since the enrollment expansion was taking place, the number would likely be higher than that. As time passed, it was finally Ling Zhao's turn to enter the school. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that the few Yuehua School disciples who were in charge of evaluating the geniuses were all transcendents. If Ling Xiao saw this from the outside world, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Why did it feel like the transcendents who were like treasures in the past had become cabbages that could be found everywhere? A sex power was indeed something to look forward to. He noticed that the potential of these Yuehua School disciples was between 5-star and 6-star. They were not even as good as Cold Plum, let alone him. This gave people very high expectations. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely reach the transcendence one day, and it would be very fast. He had a clean background. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also knew about their backgrounds. Although Cold Plum was once a slave, the Yuehua School obviously did not care about this. Thus, the three of them successfully passed the first threshold. Otherwise, they would not even be able to participate in the examination. Grandmaster, why don't I see any buildings in the Yuehua School? After entering the school, they could only see the stairs. However, they could not see any buildings on the mountainside or the peak. This made Dai Yuling feel very strange. Actually, Cold Plum was also very surprised. Chapter 243. It's not that they don't exist. You just can't see them. When you reach the Transcendence realm, you'll be able to see some shadows. You'll slowly get used to it. Master Baiyun smiled and led the three of them up the mountain. The sun had already risen to the middle of the sky, but it was really difficult for the sunlight to penetrate the forest. It only left specks of light on the ground. Ling Xiao continued to pay attention to the situation at the top of the mountain. He had a feeling that there was a special ancient power in Mount Yuehua. Because of this power, 10 more golden dragon cells in his body had awakened, increasing from 20 to 30. The tiny golden dragons were flying around in the cells, looking especially cheerful. Not only that, but his mountain river, martial soul, also seemed to have sensed a familiar power and started to operate involuntarily. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he could see things more clearly and his thoughts were sharper. All his abilities seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. He naturally didn't dare to tell others about this, nor did he dare to ask Master Baiyun. After all, whether it was the golden dragon cells or the mountain river martial soul, these were secrets that he couldn't reveal even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, there would be big problems. Yuehua School's mountain path was much longer than Baiyun Temple's. The steps were 4 to 5 times more than Baiyun Temple's. The most frightening thing was that these stone steps were not special. There seemed to be some kind of strange power pulling at people's bodies, making everyone who stepped on the stone steps feel as if their legs were filled with lead. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Baiyun Temple's assessment. Since Master Baiyun was a disciple of Yuehua School, he must have referred to Yuehua School in many aspects of the assessment. Maybe these stone steps were one of the assessments. Thinking of this, he glanced at Master Baiyun. However, Master Baiyun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It seemed that Master Baiyun couldn't speak carelessly after reaching this place, especially when it came to the assessment. Once the secret was exposed, his recommendation would be revoked. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if that was the case, but his intuition told him that it was right. He started to speed up. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum followed him. Since he couldn't expose too much of his potential, Ling Xiao would have to score more points in other tests. If this was the first test, he wouldn't dare to slack off. At the very least, he should get full marks. Having good physical strength was nothing more than having well-developed limbs. It wouldn't attract any attention. Moreover, he believed that there would be many people who scored full marks in this category. In the process, he found that some of the young geniuses were actually riding on their family members or servants, and he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. This kind of person couldn't even endure this little bit of hardship. How could he pass the test? He would probably score a 0 in this round. Among them, there was a 12 or 13-year-old boy. He looked fair and clean, but his body was very weak. It was as if he would be blown away by the wind as soon as he walked. This person was only 12 or 13 years old, but his cultivation was not inferior to Ling Zhao's. It was enough to show that his potential was outstanding. However, he would definitely score 0 in this category. This was because he was actually using a type of mechanical beast to move around. This mechanical beast only had 2 legs. He sat on it, and it seemed to be very comfortable. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Zhao and the first group of youths reached the 1,000th stone step. This wasn't the top of the mountain, but somewhere on the mountainside. There was another entrance to the mountain here. It was obviously made of special materials. It was estimated that even a transcendent realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Here, Ling Zhao and the others each received a jade token with a number on it. Ling Zhao's number was 3 because he was the 3rd person to reach here. The first was Zhao Ji. The second was Su Ying. Cold Plum was the 4th, and Dai Yuling was a little worse, being ranked 20th. Several Yuehua school disciples were handing out jade tokens. There was also a person sitting on a stone block, and 7 or 8 transcendent realm disciples were standing on his left and right. Master Bai Yun and Su Ling stepped forward and cupped their fists to the middle-aged man sitting on the stone block. "Greetings, Elder Bai." This person was only in his 40s, but he was actually an elder. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to be very terrifying. He was even stronger than the people standing on his left and right. Ling Zhao didn't dare to check the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he could feel that this person's cultivation was much stronger than his master, Master Bai Yun. Since he was an elder, even if he wasn't in the heaven realm, he was close to it. In the Yuehua school, there were inner sect elders and outer sect elders. This middle-aged man should be an outer sect elder, so he didn't have to be in the heaven realm. However, his strength was definitely one of the best in the outer sect. Elder Bai just glanced at the crowd and nodded. He continued to drink tea and wait. The others also stood respectfully to the side. They didn't even dare to speak too loudly, let alone make a move. After waiting for a full 2 hours, all the disciples who came to participate in the assessment finally gathered here. I forgot to tell you that the stone steps are the first assessment. In this assessment, some people got a perfect score of 10, while others didn't get a single point. Now, let's move on to the second assessment. He seemed to be too lazy to explain anything. He stood up and walked toward the giant door. "I don't accept this. You didn't tell me in advance that this was an assessment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten a 0. There were all kinds of people in this world, and there were even more impulsive and conceited people. Someone who got a 0 would definitely be unhappy. Therefore, a young genius stood up and shouted, 'Who else doesn't accept this?' Elder Bai just smiled faintly and didn't seem to be angry. He asked, 'I don't accept this either. Why is it so? It's not fair.' More than a dozen people stood up. Their elders wanted to stop them, but unfortunately, some were too late and some couldn't stop them at all. A total of 16 people. Very good. Hey, Suwa, take back the jade tokens of these 16 people and tell them to get lost immediately. If they don't obey, throw them down the mountain, and feed them to the dogs. After Elderby finished speaking, he ignored these people and walked straight to the door. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The people of the Yuehua school were really domineering. They disqualified them for such a small matter. Then he looked at He Suo. This transcendent warrior had once seriously injured Master Bai Yun, but he was injured by Master Bai Yun's void-piercing strike. It was obvious that half of his body had been modified into a mechanical puppet. The body made of metal was still a little stiff, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. He probably used the mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race. That wasn't right. The mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race was split from the human race. The mechanism study of the Yuehua school was more authentic and ancient. He Suo looked coldly at Ling Xiao, but didn't dare to do anything. With Elderby here, he didn't dare to act rashly. The three of you don't need to worry. He Suo is only a transcendent stage 2 martial artist. He won't dare to act rashly in front of Elderby. Chapter 244. Everyone, come over and stand according to your number plates. Elderby's expression remained cold, as if everyone owed him money. It was not a smile, and there was no gentleness to speak of. From the reaction of the Yuehua school's disciples, it was clear that Elderby was usually very strict. Otherwise, they would definitely not be so obedient. However, this was also good. Ling Xiao liked this kind of cold person. Generally, this kind of person was not likely to be the kind of person who was unfair. This was definitely beneficial to him. Next, we will proceed to the second assessment, the test of potential. Elderby stood under the huge mountain gate and said, "You should have seen this mountain gate. It is a treasure forged by our Yuehua school's most outstanding blacksmith. The principle is similar to the 7-star flower, but the effect is more comprehensive and better." After hearing Elderby's words, Ling Xiao understood. Although the 7-star flower could test one's potential, it obviously did not work for potentials above 7 stars. This mountain gate was probably designed by the blacksmith according to the principle of the 7-star flower. Next, from the back to the front, you will begin to take the test. Do not use any martial arts techniques. Condense your true essence on your palm, then hit the mountain gate. After Elderby finished speaking, he sat at the side and drank tea. Naturally, someone would be in charge of the detailed test process for him. Number 356, Lu Tian. Hearing the name, Lu Tian hurriedly walked out of the crowd and walked to the mountain gate. Then he took a deep breath and hit the mountain gate according to Elderby's instructions. The mountain gate was expected to make a loud sound, but there was no sound at all. Lu Tian's hand even seemed to have sunk into the mountain gate. Soft. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. When he saw the bronze gate, he thought it was made of metal. It was probably a special material that he had never seen before. Lu Tian's palm hit the mountain gate, but there was no reaction at all. That's impossible. My potential is clearly 5 stars. Is there something wrong with your door? Lu Tian turned pale with fright as he shouted. I forgot to tell you that the 7-star flower was used to test one's potential before the 12 sects reappeared in the world. However, it can only test the potential of a martial artist without a complete martial soul. This is a huge flaw. Elderby explained. The reason why this door was designed is to make up for the flaws of the 7-star flower. This is also the standard test in the sect. There is a big difference between it and the 7-star flower. It does not include the mortal body. In other words, 1 star represents a mortal body. What? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ling Xiao, was shocked. It seemed that the reappearance of the 12 sects was not a simple matter. Many of the rules in this world might have undergone subtle changes, but many people were still unaware of it. but I do have a 5-star potential. If I were to be tested here, I should have a mortal treasure body. Lu Tian said, "That's a good question. Why?" Elderby suddenly raised his voice and said, "I seem to have forgotten another thing. If you want to be tested as a treasure body, at least 10% of your martial path remnant soul must be awakened. In other words, if you don't have a martial path remnant soul, no matter how high your potential is in the previous test, it is meaningless here." As soon as he said this, many people were dumbfounded. There were not many people who had awakened a martial path remnant soul. Those who had a complete martial path remnant soul were even rarer. The Yuehua School's requirements were really high. Okay, I don't need to say more. Those who have not awakened a martial path remnant soul can leave now. When you leave, each of you will get a high-grade vital elemental pill as compensation. Elder Bai's words reflected the demeanor of the Yuehua School as a big sect. He probably wanted to win over these people. After all, it was really hard to say whether a martial path remnant soul would awaken a martial path remnant soul the next day. It would not be good to offend these children. This time, more than 200 people left silently. This was different from the other 3 assessments. If one's potential did not pass, they would be directly eliminated. As for the other 3 assessments, even if they got 0 points, they could continue to participate in the assessment. From this point, one could see the importance of potential. Not bad. It seems that after the appearance of the mountain and river martial soul, it has become easier to awaken a martial path remnant soul. Continue. Elder Bai revealed a hint of joy, but it disappeared in a flash. The second person to take the test was a girl. She slapped her palm, and something that looked like the petals of the 7-star flower appeared on the mountain gate. It was shining with a strange light. Ling Xiao noticed that the flower showed 3 colors. However, it was a little different from the 3 colors of the 7-star flower. They were black, white, and red. Black represented the potential of the soul, white represented the potential of the internal force, and red represented the potential of the body. This should be the standard display. Although he did not know why it was like this, there should be some conventional reasons. Very good, mortal grade treasured body. You pass. 1 point. Next. The scoring rules here needed to be explained. 1 star, 1 point belongs to the mortal grade treasured body. 2 stars, 10 points, belongs to the fine grade treasured body. 3 stars, 20 points, belongs to the precious grade treasured body. 4 stars, 30 points, belongs to the immortal grade treasured body. Above 5 stars, one could pass the test directly. The score was full. It could be seen that the higher the potential, the more benefits one would get. No matter how one looked at it, potential was obviously very important to the Yuehua School. 1 star here was equivalent to the 5 stars tested by the 7-star flower. The 5 stars here could not be tested by the 7-star flower. Therefore, the test result of this mountain gate was obviously much more accurate. Later, there were martial artists taking the test one after another. Some were crying tears of joy, while others were crying sadly. This kind of test was so cruel. If you did not pass, you would be eliminated directly. You would not even be qualified to take the other tests. Number 20, Dai Yuling. The fateful moment had arrived. When Dai Yuling was tested before, her 3 potentials were only 9 out of 4 stars. Now, she could not even light up a single star. She had really encountered a major crisis. Master Bai Yun was worried for Dai Yuling. This girl, Elder Bai, who was drinking tea, was suddenly stunned. He looked at Dai Yuling differently. However, he did not say anything. Dai Yuling took the test. As expected, one of the stars was only about 90% lit up. It was not completely lit up. Although there were 3 colors, it was a pity. Little girl, is your Marshall Dow remnant soul a healing type? Elder Bai suddenly asked when he saw Dai Yuling walking down with her head lowered. Yes. Dai Yuling nodded. As expected. How about this? Although you are not qualified to be an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, I have a friend who is the deacon of the Yuehua school Herb Mountain. If you are willing, you can be her disciple and be considered an inner disciple in the future. Elder Bai said with a smile. This was a rare smile from him. Is this true? Dai Yuling could not believe this fact. Nonsense. How can Elder Bai lie to you? Hurry up and kneel down to thank him. He Suo snorted. This guy was not happy with Master Bai Yun's disciple anyway. He thought he could eliminate one of them, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing. He was really unhappy. Hey Suo, I am speaking. Since when is it your turn to interrupt? Elder Bai only glanced at He Suo, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making He Suo tremble. I don't dare. Shut up if you don't dare. After saying that, he looked at Dai Yuling again, waiting for her answer. Of course I am willing. Chapter 245. Congratulations, Senior Sister Yuling. Ling Xiao sincerely congratulated Dai Yuling. He couldn't help Dai Yuling in terms of talent. All he could do was hope that Dai Yuling would encounter a miracle. However, a miracle happened today. He was happy for Dai Yuling. Thank you. You have to continue working hard too. Of course. While the two of them were chatting, a few more people were tested. Naturally, some were happy and some were sad. Number 10, Lung Hao. Ling Xiao noticed that Lung Hao was the young man who used the mechanism to climb the stairs. He was only 12 or 13 years old, but his lower body was obviously paralyzed. He only got a 0 in the first test. Ling Xiao paid a lot of attention to this young man. That was because after this young man learned that he got a 0 in the first test, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Was it because he had a card up his sleeve? With a smile on his face, Lung Hao gently placed his palm on the mountain gate. Boom! At that moment, it was as if there was an explosion between heaven and earth. No, it didn't seem like it. There was really thunder. In the sky, thunderclouds suddenly covered the sky, and the rumbling sound was endless. Even the heavens are jealous. Elder Bai, who had been sitting there steadily, suddenly stood up and looked at this scene in horror. In the history of Yuehua School, only one person had encountered such treatment. Boom! The explosion landed and directly blasted Lung Hao's body. Lung Hao's body was charred black, but there was still a smile on his face. At that moment, 5 bright stars appeared on the mountain gate. The light shone brightly and directly pierced through the thunderclouds in the sky, dispersing them. 5 stars. Heavens, that's a divine treasure body. Elder Bai knew clearly that although this mountain gate was forged by the best weapon refiner in the Yuehua sect, there was still a limit to how much it could withstand. 5 stars and a divine treasure body. That was the limit. Beyond that limit, the test couldn't be done. Of course, it wouldn't shatter like the 7-star flower. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A divine treasure body. Make an exception and admit him with full marks. Elder Bai announced excitedly. He really didn't expect that this young man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, actually had such terrifying talent. They had heard that the flame deity had also taken in a genius youth with a divine grade treasure body called Ming Tian. The rest of the inner sect elders were extremely jealous. Once this news was spread out, even the elders would fight until their heads bled. Lung Hao looked a little embarrassed, but there was always a confident smile on his face. He looked so unfathomable. He turned around and used the mechanical limbs to walk to the side. Almost everyone was staring at him. There was envy. There was jealousy. There was surprise. This child is really lucky. Although his body is not good, Once he is valued by the inner sect elders, it will be easy for him to recover. As Grandmaster Bayun spoke, he could not help but glance at Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, even though Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, he was only a treasure body at most. He was unable to gain the favor of the inner court elders. Otherwise, he could also use this method to attract the inner court elders' attention. In that case, it might be a shortcut. Buzz, ha ha, which kid has a divine grade treasure body? Suddenly, there was a terrifying explosion. Before anyone realized what was going on, they saw a figure descending from the sky and landing near the door. He did not even look at Elder Bai and the others. That terrifying aura made everyone feel a huge pressure. Elder Bai also hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Forget it, forget it. There's no need to salute. It's you, right? Your body is not very good, but your inner strength potential is amazing. Divine grade treasure body? Good. Very good. Will you be my disciple? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light waved his hand at Elder Bai, indicating that he did not need to salute. Then his eyes locked onto Lung Hao. Even though this person's actions were very casual, everyone present could clearly feel that they had suddenly become ants on the ground. And this person was a god in the sky. They felt that he was too powerful, so powerful that it was unbelievable. At this moment, many of the geniuses who were previously arrogant felt that they were insignificant. The difference between a candle flame and a sun was just this. Even the experts in the transcendent realm could only kneel there and tremble, not daring to speak loudly. Among everyone, Ling Xiao did not feel that much pressure. With the mountain river martial soul, he did not feel any pressure. It was only because everyone was kneeling that he did not want to be too unique, so he reluctantly squatted down to avoid being too eye-catching. Lung Hao, what are you waiting for? This is Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, a respected inner sect elder of Yuehua School. If you become his disciple, you will soon enter the inner sect and receive personal guidance from Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Your future is limitless. Seeing that Lung Hao seemed to be frightened, Elder Bai hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, Lung Hao came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, I am willing to cultivate with Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Ha ha ha, you have good taste. Let's go. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light lifted Lung Hao's shoulders and turned into a golden light, disappearing into the mountains in an instant. Seeing the golden light disappear into the distance, Ling Xiao felt somewhat envious. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal his potential. It is not only because of the flame deity, but also because of his mountain river martial soul. If he wants to reveal a potential that is as strong as Lung Hao, or even stronger than Lung Hao, his mountain river martial soul must be activated. He cannot afford to take this risk. Therefore, he still intends to proceed according to the plan. He cannot be too flamboyant, but he cannot be too weak either. Otherwise, He Suo and the flame deity will not believe him. After Lung Hao was taken away, the test continued. The test of potential had eliminated too many people. Among the remaining 100 or so people, nearly half of them had been eliminated. Number 5, Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi is the princess of Northern Han. Although she is very sad that her elder brother was assassinated, she cannot miss today's test. This noble and beautiful princess who does not have any heirs received the admiration of many people the moment she appeared. 3 stars, treasure body, second test, 20 points. Young and beautiful, noble status and aptitude that has reached the treasure body standard. Zhao Xi's future can be said to be bright. After all, the majority of the geniuses who pass this test are only 1 or 2 stars. Currently, Zhao Xi is the only one with 3 stars. Currently, no one with 4 stars has appeared. Among the 5 stars, There is Brother Lung Hao, but he is only one. Number 4, Cold Plum. Although Cold Plum's appearance is also outstanding, she is not good at dressing up. Moreover, she is dressed in men's clothing and does not have any noble aura. Therefore, her appearance is more ordinary. However, her test results are not worse than Zhao Xi's. She is also a 3 stars treasure body. Yuehua School's 3 stars are the 7 stars of the 7-star flower. Her potential is even higher than the previous test. It is probably because of the growth of her martial soul.